YouTube chat, private chat, sound checks. You guys said the audio is all good. We're just going to give about 5 to 10 minutes here before we start talking about the markets and doing our analysis and mapping out our trade ideas, just so we can get some people in here so I don't have to explain myself 100 different times, right? So let's give it like 5 minutes, and then we'll be starting our analysis across gold, GJ, GU, Euro USD, and US30. Appreciate that, JG. That's just a part of life, you know. But YouTube chat, is the sound okay? You guys should be able to see private chat. You guys should be able to see the news headlines to the left of your screen here. Should be able to see GJ on a 1 hour chart here, right? Yeah. All right. So everything's good with the whole setup. Now let's just give 5 to 10 minutes for people to join the stream, and then we can start doing our analysis on gold, GJ, these other pairs that we usually do analysis on, and start mapping out trade ideas we can execute on as well. All right. It's still not even pre-London yet. It's still not even Frankfurt open yet. It's only 1:30 a.m. Eastern. So we're going to be planning and doing our analysis for about 30 to 40 minutes, and then looking to execute through pre-London and London session hours. And if the volumes and volatility allow us, to see if we can extend any trades through New York session as well, like leave any runners running possibly risk-free through New York session. But we'll be talking about the current. Is there volume tonight or tomorrow? Oracle? Who's Oracle? I think like the company. we do have of course, you guys, as you should know, Alvarez. I know you probably don't give a shit about it, but you guys got your American Thanksgiving. So New York may be a little bit quieter. Thanksgiving's a big thing in America. Even on Friday, North American markets are closing earlier. So New York might just be a tad quieter, but hopefully for us over London and Euro session here, we should still have some nice volumes and possible continuations of the optimistic trends we've been playing. But we're going to be discussing some of the macro and micro fundamentals. We're going to be discussing market structure across these pairs, buyers and sellers strength, lower time frame price action and execution points. I just want to start in about 5 to 10 minutes, just so we can get people in here and they can properly listen to and understand what the trade idea is and what the analysis is. And then as we patiently wait to execute, we won't have any crazy, stupid questions, or I don't have to repeat myself 100 times, even though I probably will have to. But so just as we're waiting for people to come in here, just your stream reminders are on the screen here. This is not even though it sort of is. These are not signals or financial advice. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. All right. You can ask questions about the main pairs we do analysis on afterwards, when the stream is slowing down, after we've possibly taken some trades, if the market provides us any probable opportunities, right? Then you guys can ask questions about off pairs or random shit. But during like the meat of the stream, or like the, you know what I mean, the entree of the stream, which is like the pre-London to like London open hours, where we're actively looking for trades on gold, GJGU, Euro USD, US30, USD CAD. Just ask about those pairs if you have any questions technically and fundamentally about those pairs. Okay, do not ask for direct signals, but you can send a trading view chart, but I will probably look at that later on. Okay, so you can probably send that. You can send me that stuff later on. Trading view charts. Ask about what we are discussing. Any questions about the Capital Hungry private service? Please refrain from asking a bunch of times here. Like, don't waste people's time or my time. Oh, ask spamming about the price, spamming if you can get a discount, spamming if spots are still open. Just go to the capitalhungry.com website, right? Capitalhungry.com, of course. You can go message me on Telegram later. You can contact me through Telegram, through Twitter, however you please. Okay, so don't ask about the private channel or the private services, the paid services offered, and waste time on the stream. you can see that information very clearly yourself. Of course, you have the introduction video on the YouTube channel. Make sure you follow all of the Capital Hungry free resources. Remember, it's free. Like just like these streams, it's free to watch these streams. It's free to subscribe, free to like, free to follow the Capital Hungry News Twitter, the analysis channel, and of course, watch the videos on the YouTube channel as well. So you have all those reminders there right in front of you. Here are the actual links here. The Capital Hungry YouTube, of course, you guys are on now, but I really advise, if you want to learn more, if you want to be better equipped when we do these live streams, that you watch these educational webinars. Okay, you have educational webinars on fundamentals, technicals, psychology webinars, tons and tons of different topics. 1 second here. So I gotta adjust my mic. Sorry, I just had to adjust my mic here. Super annoying. I was getting some background noise in my headset. Echo. Okay, that's better. Okay, so yeah, make sure you follow, subscribe, watch these other educational videos. The Capital Hungry Twitter page posts headlines throughout the day. This news terminal you see to the left of your screen, these are real-time streaming headlines, but they're only provided to the Capital Hungry private channel. I just show it on the screen while I'm doing these live streams because we use news headlines and market sentiment and investor behavior with confirms and confidence in our trading of understanding the trend, sentiment, and other variables, right? But this Capital Hungry Twitter, it still posts a bunch of headlines throughout the day. It's not as active as the actual news terminal, but still a very good free resource. That's a lot better than like Forex. Like Forex Factory was sourcing from here, for example. Like Forex Factory just sources from other places, but yeah, this is a great resource right there. And you have the Capital Hungry Telegram analysis channel, free Telegram analysis channel. All right. You can also rewind this live stream whenever you please if you want to listen to the information again. And it's currently 1:40 a.m. Eastern. We're going to be starting in 5 minutes at 1:45 a.m. Eastern. It's been a quiet week. I know Wix don't lie. Raja, he hasn't been streaming. Monty was telling me it's been a quieter week. We have the U.S. Thanksgiving end of month as well. So I'm not expecting anything crazy, especially since we've already had a lot of mass market optimism. But we will be breaking down the fundamentals, technicals, market structure, and potential trade ideas across 5 pairs at least, okay? Yeah, Vantage FX, everybody has to find new brokers now. Sadly, if you're from Canada and using Vantage FX. All right. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna be starting in 5 minutes here. Make sure you go grab your snack, grab your drinks. I'm about to do that same thing, and then we're gonna start breaking down these pairs. Okay, let's get into it. As long as we got like 100, 200 people, so I don't have to repeat myself a crazy amount of times, we're good. Okay, how's everybody doing? So, some of the key fundamental points that, of course, have been present in the market is, of course, the mass optimism around the vaccine talks. If you guys haven't noticed, after the US elections, all of a sudden, every single pharmaceutical company is coming out with a 90 to 95% effective vaccine and ready to distribute it right at the start of 2021. Okay? So, what does this mean for us? All of these vaccine talks, when the markets have been in absolute fear mode over COVID for an extended period of months, what does this optimism around vaccines mean for us? Well, when the markets are optimistic, this means investors are a lot more confident. So, what we understand is our safe haven currencies, like the Japanese yen standalone, the US dollar, and another good fear and greed indicator, such as the volatility index, are very bearish, both on the higher time frames, on the intraday, on the lower time frames as well, depending on when you're looking at it. If it's out of a pullback phase and continuing the impulsive moves, but when you have this mass market optimism, and investors globally are more confident, you see money moving through the market, going through that same sentiment. Meaning, when there is that, whether it's regarding vaccines or if COVID just fades from the market, and you have that US dollar, Japanese yen weakness, Swiss franc weakness, volatility index is bearish, global stock markets are bullish because of course investors are a lot more confident, they're a lot more risk adverse. So what this does is you will see all of your pairs, which are risk currencies against safe havens, meaning AUD/JPY, AUD/USD, EURUSD, GJ/GU. It doesn't matter if you have a risk currency as the primary in the quote, meaning NZD, CAD, AUD, GBP, Euro, which are primarily known as risk currencies. Your safe haven currencies is that smaller basket, being the Swiss franc, the Japanese yen, the US dollar. Gold is a safe haven precious metal. It's not a safe haven currency. But you see those safe havens get weaker, and you see the same move across the board. So you'll see Euro USD will be bullish, GU will be bullish, AU will be bullish, AJ, GJ, it doesn't matter because it's following that macro market sentiment. So, with all of this vaccine talk, we can see this reaction happening live, and we can see that across pairs like GJ, GU, and Euro USD, there's a lot more bullish market structure and a bullish technical trend as well to play alongside this optimism. Okay. So, with that being said, when we have this global optimism around vaccines, we have every single day we're getting more and more headlines around vaccines from Moderna, from Pfizer, about how effective their vaccine is, now about them talking and getting approval in Euro, getting approval through the FDA, right? Now, of course, if you guys haven't been paying attention in the last couple of days, Pfizer has also made a deal. I don't know if it's set in stone, but the headline did bring optimism where Pfizer made a deal with the European Union countries that they would be. I think the contract is for 300 million doses, which is around 5 billion euro. So you're seeing a lot of progress around the potential distribution, planning, and execution of getting the vaccine out there as well. This, of course, is bringing market optimism alongside political tensions such as Brexit showing more Brexit. Sorry, I always call it that. As long as Brexit also showing more short-term promise, and you can see all of these politicians and all of these, whether it's Boris Johnson in the UK, whether it is your US politicians, they're really trying to they're really trying to what's the word? They're really trying to improve consumer confidence and morale and bring that optimism before the holiday season. There's even been a headline that we shared in the trade room here about the four nation. I gotta search this. So like headlines like this: coronavirus, a Christmas deal is done. This is regarding potential Brexit. This is regarding potential Brexit talks and of course vaccine talks. the four nations, which is of course like the nations of the United Kingdom, will relax restrictions together. And then you see stuff like this. We can deliver a COVID vaccine anywhere in America. There have been a lot of optimistic headlines that have been creating this bullish market structure on your pairs like GJ, Euro USD, GBP USD, whenever you have a risk currency against a safe haven currency. So we are just trying to continue to play that sentiment because we don't have anything shifting that at the moment. We don't have any mass market fear. We're getting more and more talks of optimism around vaccine. We're seeing that economic data is also starting to show signs of rebounding. And when we want to confirm that the markets are optimistic, we can clearly see that the US dollar, which is the world's reserve currency, also a safe haven currency, standalone when you're observing the dollar index, is bearish. The Japanese yen on the intradays and higher time frames stand alone when you're looking at the Japanese yen currency index, is bearish. The volatility index, which tells the inverse information of the North American markets, stock markets. So basically, whenever there's a mass sell-off of stocks in the US stock market, the volatility index is bullish because this mass sell off of stocks signals that investors are not confident. They're a lot more fear filled and they're taking their money out of equities, out of risk investments, and putting it into the safe haven currencies. So, of course, it's the opposite when the stock market is very optimistic and bullish. The volatility index is the inverse, it is bearish. So, and the volatility index is an instrument that is traded, of course, but it's primarily used for North American stock investors as a fear and greed index. If you want to do more research on that, okay. Alongside noticing that our safe haven currencies are bearish, our volatility index is bearish. We can also see global equities, stock markets across the world, not just USA, are all in bullish market structure, showing investor confidence is very high. So when we are looking at a pair like GJ, yes, you have these pullbacks and sell plays where a lot of people were trying to call tops here and thinking that GJ was going to have a sell off just because of this downside move through London session yesterday in New York. But you have to understand that the market moves in waves, okay? When you have some impulsive moves from a low point, which you could see the low point peaked here was around 137.2, and you have this extended play into an intraday high, these pullbacks, if they do not break market structure, if they do not break previous high points that were created on GJ, is just the action of buyers closing off some of their positions, sellers short term jumping in accordingly to relieve those buyers out of the market, a higher low being formed with the overall bullish market structure because we are still, of course, very optimistic. GJ lower time frame structure, intraday structure is bullish, and we're trending bullish. This just creates a higher low and becomes a pullback for more buyers to enter the market from a better price point. Okay. So with current market optimism, we have optimism around Brexit talks, we have stronger UK data, we have all these vaccine talks, as well as bullish market structure and our psychological price levels being used as support. We are, of course, in a bullish bias. That does not mean that there cannot be a sell-off on GJ. But what we would need as traders is a lot more confirms of what to of the of the rules we would need, sorry, on how to execute on the sales if they came about, right? So, just to break down the market structure further and zoom out a bit more, because this is just the hourly chart. This initial impulsive play, if you guys remember, that created new intraday highs on GJ at 140.500 is because when Pfizer, the pharmaceutical company, initially released that headline of having a 90 to 95% active vaccine. So it brought a shit ton of market optimism. Investors got extremely confident that we were going to go enter an economic recovery stage, right? And you can see that the Japanese yen, safe haven currency, got weaker. Risk currencies got stronger. So you have this one-sided volatility move to the upside here. From this peak low point where you had this upside move was about 500 pips, and then you had about a 250 280 pip correction, and this correction in pullback, even though it was aggressive, did not break below previous intraday highs and daily high points, and it did not fully correct the downside move from the initial vaccine optimism. Okay, so there's still a lot of potential to at least revisit these highs at 140.2 and extend higher if markets continue to stay optimistic. So what you see happen here is that extension move, that 50% correction, a retest of previous intraday highs on GJ before this high was peaked around, which is around this price point, a support being formed. This bearish market structure was just to highlight this corrective phase. You get a break out of this bearish market structure in the development of bullish market structure alongside the fundamentals that there was stronger UK economic data. There was Brexit optimism. If you guys have been following the short-term Brexit headlines, just as we're coming closer to the holiday seasons, I can see why these politicians would want consumers to be more confident. They would want their morale to be higher, so Christmas seasonal spending doesn't get impacted, right? And we have all of those vaccine talks. So now we're just more looking at this bullish market structure developing, which on the lower time frames, on the 1 minute, you'll see has been respected very nicely. As well as our psychological price levels, which just follows pretty much the quarter point theory on GJ in between the larger 100 pip ranges, but has been better back tested to 0 flat, 0.200, 0.500, and 0.800. You can see that these price points on the lower time frame have been used primarily as supports for buyers to enter more order flow and continue the move to the upside. Even this pullback, which was aggressive, the pullback made sense because we had previous highs peaked here. Buyers, we were starting to form this order block of highs and lows. Buyers failed to break this previous high. There was only two ways that buyers could break this previous high and extend those buys in the market. Either we were going to have a continued consolidation phase and more buyer order flow generated in the market that fails to break lows or fails to break a bullish structure and then have a breakout to the upside, or you get a pullback and buyers enter from better price points, and then you get enough volume to potentially at least revisit these highs or break out to the upside. Okay, so that made sense that if buyers fail to break previous highs and you had that exhaustion, that there'd be higher probability that GJ will either consolidate or that GJ will either consolidate or that GJ will do a pullback to get more buyer order flow in the market, then continue up. So now when we're coming into recent price action, what you can see is even with this aggressive pullback and more buyer order flow in the market, bullish market structure still being respected, we still have yet to break this previous high price point as of now. And we're starting to create an order block of these 1 minute lows as well. So we're getting a minor consolidation on the lower time frame where now we have two options for buys. I'm more in a buy bias, of course, because all the vaccine talks, the Brexit optimism, the stronger UK data, the trend, our key levels being used as support. You can't deny that with currently looking at GJ where it is now, you're in a buy bias. So just to highlight our main buy trades that we're looking for, right now it's 2 a.m. Eastern. We just had Frankfurt open and it's pre-London hours. So we have the possibility of a liquidity grab, or if we do get the squeeze to the upside. But when we're zooming in here, the two options I see for GJ buys are either one, the better risk and better reward, but it's also a higher risk entry, is if during pre-London right now, we break below these 1 minute lows and have a deeper pullback to retest 139.500 historical price point key level and this bullish market structure, create a lower time frame support like we've seen many times before GJ do, and we'll identify that in real time as well. This is higher risk entries because you're just basing it on, of course, this key level being held, as well as respecting bullish market structure and a potential technical support by buyers and playing the overall trend. If we get that pullback, this is a buy entry point with those price action confirms, or the safer buys is post pullback or post consolidation. We finally get a breakout out of previous intraday highs, which also lines up with 139.800 psychological price level, a retest of the lower time frame, and we extend that up to 140. So for everyone, with how we've seen that the Brexit optimistic headlines just recently have been one, that they're going to give Ireland more pretty much more space, more room to work and more leeway. Two, that they're trying to progress the deal as fast as possible. Like, they haven't finalized anything yet. Brexit isn't complete. Brexit's been a shit show mess for 5 years, if you guys have been following it. And just through my 3 years of trading, it's been something that has been very active, impacting GBP's economy, and has a lot of ups and downs that can change month after month, where they go from potential deal to no deal, back and forth, if you guys have been following Brexit. But just in recent short term, we've seen that there have been more short-term optimistic Brexit headlines regarding their work with Ireland and their dedication to getting a deal. Like this, it's just optimistic headlines regarding Brexit, and of course all the vaccine talks in the UK and globally, which is bringing optimism. Okay, so it's not like a Brexit deal is becoming complete. It's not like they're laying some hard foundation or anything. They're just saying we really like the same comments they've been saying previously, that they really want a deal, that they're working hard towards a deal, and we as traders have to digest that as short-term optimism alongside the rest of the market sentiment. Okay, so does that make sense on GJ when we went from like the intraday time frame, 4 hour, 1 hour, lower time frame now, understanding about how markets are optimistic, which weakens our safe haven currencies, primarily in a buy bias. We're either waiting for a pullback during pre-London hours now or London Open to give us better risk versus reward buys at 139.500, or the breakout above 139.800. Okay, I'm just going to I'm just going to type that up and summarize it as well before we move on to the next pair here, and then we'll also just be now that we understand that that's our main bias because of the current structure, because of the current price action, the trend, the fundamentals at play. We still, as traders, need to be very reactive and adaptive to any real-time changes overnight. Because let's just say there's negative headlines overnight that shakes investor confidence, and we get a shift in structure. We have to have our sell trade idea also lined up of the confirms we would need to take safe GJ sells, just in case those confirms come up, and we can adapt to that in real time, already having pre-planned that trade. So just give me 1 second to just type up and summarize what we're looking for GJ buys, and then we're going to also discuss what we would need for sells. London Open is in 1 hour, no? Financial Times, unless there was a time change or some daylight savings again that I am not aware of. But right now is Frankfurt Open pre-London hours, and London Open itself is 3 a.m. Eastern in about 55 minutes. Brenda, don't worry, Brenda. Brenda, who just messaged me. Hey everybody, this is Brenda. She wants to know the GU bias. Don't worry. Relax. Have patience. Very good points, Alex Alvarez. That I also forgot to mention was one of the things is that the UK has already entered. One of the things is how the UK has already entered lockdowns and is currently in a lockdown has not had a negative impact on GBP financially. And like we're talking about, politicians, Feds, the central banks, they would much rather have consumer morale and confidence a lot higher for the holidays. Christmas is a pretty big thing in Europe and North America, even around the world nowadays. So it would help. It would help boost their. It would help boost that. It would help boost that economic profit going into 2021, and that consumer morale and confidence, and then having that vaccine roll out, everything go back to quote unquote normal. Okay, so GJ, intraday, lower time frame, our main bias is bullish. There's Brexit optimism short term. There's been stronger UK economic data. There's the bullish intraday and lower time frame structure, the vaccine optimism. Of course, overnight, as we're actively watching headlines, this can change. Another thing we forgot to mention is that there are no economic data reports overnight tonight that'll be impacting UK or Euro besides the ECB publishing their monetary policy statement, but that's primarily during New York session around 7:30 a.m. Eastern. Okay, so we don't have to worry about any UK economic data reports. There's also, of course, the U.S. Thanksgiving during New York session. All right. So primarily bias is buys. Safer GJ buys would be waiting for the pullback to happen, even if we don't fully pull back to 139.500, getting more buyers in the market, a break above these 1 minute highs, intraday highs, which also lines up with 0.800 PPL, psychological price level, and then extending buys up there with the continued market optimism to 140 and watching reactions accordingly if we can play the lower time frame structure to extend those trades even further. Higher risk, higher reward buys is if we get a pullback to 139.500, which is a historical price point and psychological price level. A failure to break below that and this bullish market structure we identified on the intraday and lower time frame, as well as a lower time frame support and order block being formed, which we'll observe in real time when if it happens. And then that would be higher risk, but obviously higher rewarding buys, because if we have that upside move from this point, we're at least going to retest 139.8. So you're already in 30 pips below. And if we break out higher, obviously it's a lot more rewarding, but this is a lot safer. The market's all about your risk thresholds, how aggressive you are. Usually the safer entries, they play out, but they are sometimes, of course, going to be less rewarding than the higher risk entries. Okay, so only safe sells though is what I see, and when we're looking at the intraday, is if we have a clean break below 139.500, a retest, failure to break above the key level in bullish structure, and if we have any fear headlines overnight, if we have any Brexit negativity, if we have any negative headlines regarding COVID, and if we have that shift in technical structure and price action as well. Okay. We're keeping in mind these key fundamental points about the global optimism around vaccine. Brexit has been showing more short-term promise. That Pfizer is confirming deals for distribution of the vaccines with Euro and North America, and markets are looking more optimistic heading towards the end of the year and heading towards the holiday Christmas season. We're coming towards a month end soon as well for November here. So that's GJ. Gold. So now a similar theme here, except the inverse, where gold, which is of course a safe haven precious metal, a physical asset stored by central banks in other countries, when there's mass market optimism, there's a lot less reason or use for holding gold long term. And you see a lot of gold positions and physical gold get sold off. And this money, of course, go into the equity markets, and that cash flow go into your risk currencies. Okay, even though these safe haven currencies, safe haven precious metals can be very rewarding to invest in at times of uncertainty, when markets are optimistic and you have more when markets are optimistic and you just have the economies more stagnant, more neutral, you don't have all this uncertainty, you don't have a recession going on, it's not as favorable for investors to keep their money in these safe havens because there's no point to keep it safe. They want to go make as much money on their money as they can, and that's usually done in the equity markets, right? That's why central banks and politicians do whatever they can to make sure stock markets, even after a crash, become bullish as quickly as possible. Okay? But anyways, with that mass vaccine optimism, we can see that there is a sell-off on gold, and we have broke below this very key price point at 1852. And when we're looking at the structure, you're seeing sellers impulsive moves, in higher time frame bearish market structure being formed. You have these consolidation and corrective phases where, unless that consolidation and corrective phase corrected the impulsive sell side move, it is just sellers order flow and liquidity coming into the market for the next following impulsive move to create a new low. Okay, now this impulsive move, which was $100 an ounce, was a lot more aggressive than this impulsive move by sellers, and we're seeing that the consolidation is in correlation to the size of the impulsive move. So right now, what we can assume is that gold is in its corrective phase right now. This does not mean that gold is a buy, that it's going to flip up and go to 2000. It just means that gold is in its corrective phase, and there's two things that can happen in the corrective phase. Either you just have a consolidation on the intraday between highs and lows for an extended period of time until the next fundamental catalyst comes to play for another impulsive move to the downside. Keep an eye on the left side of the screen here. We just got some real-time headlines about the UK finance minister talking about UK debt, but they're not saying too much. It's just about tax and debt, but just keep an eye because he is speaking right now, and it could have a short-term impact on GJ, of course. But anyways, so there's either two ways you have this corrective phase in the markets after having these impulsive moves and still respecting the bear structure. Either you get a consolidation phase and then enough order flow and a fundamental catalyst to break to the downside for another impulsive move, or you get a pullback to create a better entry points for in this case on gold, sellers to enter the market and continue the way back down. If you guys understand, usually when there's an impulsive move, either the pullback will be around a 50% correction of the impulsive move. That's where the Fibonacci retracement tool comes from. If any of you guys use that indicator, it's just a 50% correction. You could just measure it just looking at the pips. But anyways, unless you have an extended consolidation phase, right? You're gonna get a correction that'll be about 50% of the impulsive move. So you can see here we had about a $66 an ounce sell-off. So even if we had a pullback to 1828, around a $25 an ounce correction, yes, we could play that corrective phase if we remain above 1812. We can play that corrective phase as buyers, which is a great like 150 pips, but gold would still be very bearish even if we had that pullback to 1828, 1836. Okay? What we want to identify right now as traders is that gold is one, yes, in its corrective phase, two, very bearish on the intradays. But if we get the confirms and a breakout of this range, a clean breakout out of 1812.5 key level, as well as we're developing some lower time frame bullish market structure we're gonna look at as well, we could play that corrective phase 1812 up to 1820 up to 1828, which is hundreds of pips. But we just have to keep in the back of our head that if the mass market optimism enters the scene again and we have the overall trend continuation, you don't want to marry those buys and you want to observe price action and market structure accordingly, because you could slowly be creeping up in the corrective phase and in buys from 1812 and going up to 1828, and if you're not paying attention, As soon as that lower high is created and impulsive sellers jump in and you have another impulsive move to the downside, you could get your profit wiped in like 1 hour. So all I want to explain there is that yes, you can play these consolidations. Yes, you can play these pullbacks. Yes, you can play these corrective phases in the market. But you have to keep in mind that you're going against the higher time frame and intraday trend, and you are a part of the pullback. So you don't want to lose mental focus and start just marrying that bias and losing sight of what the higher time frames and what the intraday time frames are telling you. Okay? So with that being said, though, on gold, as we have created a new low at 1803 in the intraday, which happens to line up with our historical higher time frame key level, and we fail to break below it, we also can see that we've peaked these highs. So we've created this range of about 90 pips, but we are starting to create some minor bullish market structure. If we have a clean break and retest in the lower time frame, or a retest of the structure and a failure to break lower, we as traders can play that corrective phase or that pullback to 1820 to 1828. With the current stage gold is at, I would only be looking for safer sells really below 1803, and also a medium term zone around 1807. And we're going to zoom in on the lower time frames to identify that. But does that, so far, when we're talking about gold, of why it had its sell off, of the control between buyers and sellers, what the corrective phases are, the ideology behind a corrective phase or a pullback that still fails to break structure is that all you're having is these sellers that were in from the top in the market with their millions of dollars in order flow, potentially billions of dollars. When a new low is peaked, they cash out their positions. That action of them exiting the market and cashing out can only happen if buyers jump in accordingly and relieve that position out of the market, because all the market is money moving from hand to hand, buyer money going from buyers to sellers, winners to losers, banks to hedge fund. Okay, so when you have either a pullback or a consolidation, after an impulsive move, that is what's happening behind the scenes. It's just buyers closing their positions. This reaction of buyers exiting this reaction in this case of sellers exiting their positions and buyers short term jumping in accordingly to relieve them out of the market creates that slower corrective phase, creates that consolidation, creates that pullback. And then if you don't have any break of structure, if you don't have any validation fundamentally for gold to break out higher, it just creates a lower high. Then you have the impulsive sellers re-enter the market from better price points. And then again, a new low get created. And then similar thing. That's what creates the trend, is that action between buyers and sellers. Same thing you noticed here. Gold peaked these highs at 1970, 1965, broke intraday bullish structure. You can see that was developing here, and these previous candle body lows technically, but fundamentally this was due to the Pfizer vaccine talks, 95% effective vaccine. Okay, you had this massive seller's impulsive move. Remember, never mind these intraday candles, never mind a 30-minute candle, every single 1 minute candle, every single second movement, every single 1 second worth of movement in the market is moving billions of dollars of liquidity, trillions of dollars of liquidity. So when you have this massive $100 an ounce sell off, 1,000 pips, what you're seeing here, this reaction, it's not a support for buys. It's just the reaction of sellers closing off their positions, hedge fund buyers jumping in accordingly and getting their little piece of the pie on these moves. And then a consolidation phase, a correction phase, where if you don't get a break of these previous highs, if you don't correct the downside move, you're still extremely bearish. The next impulsive move is going to be to the downside to create a new low. All right, giving you guys a lot of sauce this stream because I'm feeling nice. But a lot of that is going to go over your heads. But if you rewatch this, if you guys backtest these theories alongside market structure, price action, market sentiment, investor behavior, and fundamentals, you're gonna start connecting a lot of dots in your head, like in a good way, like a lot of dots and like you know what I mean? And it's like those aha moments. You're gonna get those aha moments. Okay, but right now, what can we confirm about gold? That after having these impulsive sell-offs, it is in its corrective phase. It does have the probability to range between these highs and lows for an extended period of time, or do a pullback to potentially create a lower high and then have a sell-off down. Okay, so when we're looking at gold here, and then we go to the lower time frames now, of course we can see that 1803, a historical price point, is actively creating a support for buyers, which all this is showing us is sellers closing off their positions, sellers exhausting, and the potential for a correction or pullback. When we go to the 1 minute now, we can better define this structure as well here. It's nothing crazy, but we are respecting this minor bullish market structure as well, and gold is in that corrective phase. We have a lot of price sensitivity here that if we do take gold buys above 1812, we would need to watch the reactions at 1815, and if we don't break above there, it's best to secure and close out. So the gold trade ideas in this corrective phase are either higher risk, higher rewarding buys at a retest of these 1 minute lows and bullish market structure, an order block formed and failed to break, or on the lower time frame, we come to the 1 minute and look for refined entries, a clean support formed above 1812.5, and we're going to watch the reactions at 1815 and 1820. Okay, I would only be looking for safer sells at this point, really below 1803, but potentially below a break and retest of this structure as well. So just give me 1 second to summarize this. Just before I start typing again, remember I said this UK finance minister was talking. He's going to be doing a press conference later today, obviously through like London session. Um, okay, people will see a difference to the current lockdown. Sunak is clear what the shape of the deal looks like. We can get there. Brexit, we're talking about Brexit and COVID. Are prepared for the change. Really not saying much, but just keep an eye on those headlines to the left of your screen there. Okay, so does that make sense for GJ and gold so far? No economic events overnight to worry about. Just if we are creating any trade ideas on euro, we do have the ECB monetary policy statement at 7:30 a.m. Eastern, initially at 6:30 a.m. Eastern. U.S. Thanksgiving as well. We're keeping these key recent fundamental points in mind, all the global optimism around vaccines, keeping investors more confident, Brexit showing more short term promise, the Pfizer deals for distribution with Euro in North America, and markets potentially more optimistic heading towards holiday season. GJ, we're either waiting for a clean break and retest or a breakout above 139.8 previous intraday highs. And as long as we notice markets are optimistic, or a potential pullback for higher risk, higher reward buys, you guys can read it here. Only sells if we get these confirms. Key points we're focusing on. Now we're just going to zoom in here on the 1 minute to watch price action. Gold, you guys can read it here, the summary of the trade ideas we're looking for. Pre-planned analysis, understanding that yes, gold is very bearish, but it is in its corrective phase. And as scalpers and intraday traders, these ranges of correction can run from 50 to hundreds of pips. So we want to play that, but watch our risk accordingly and keep that in the back of our mind. Trade ideas laid out there. Let's watch accordingly. GBP USD, very, very similar to GBPJPY, where with, of course, the secondaries in these pairs being safe haven currencies, JPY here being the US dollar, and of course with the mass market optimism, our safe haven currencies have been extremely weak. Like when you look at the US dollar, we're just going to be watching the US dollar here on the intradays now. Let's just put it on the 30-minute chart and put the candles here. You can see that the US dollar is very bearish. The Japanese yen failed to break previous highs and is very bearish. And alongside that Brexit optimism, it's had very similar reaction where it's extended to previous intraday highs after failing to break bullish structure or historical price points. All the white lines are higher time frame historical price points. These levels do not change. Anybody in the private chat can tell you that if it's EU, if it's GJ, if it's gold, these levels have been the same for almost a year now. They're based on historical price points on the yearly, quarterly, and monthly time frames due to economic purposes, but it's a little bit of a secret. I can't give away all the sauce, you know? But you guys can use these levels as guide points when you're watching these streams, okay? You can see the reactions on them. They're crazy. But anyways, currently very bullish market structure. US dollar is bearish, but we cannot deny this exhaustion by buyers, which lines up with previous intraday highs and of course a historical price point in resistance at 1.34 flat. Okay, so I don't want to start jumping in buys where we are sitting right now. There is potential for a pullback here. And so you don't want to just start jumping in buys for no reason, even though it's very bullish. We do have the potential where we could get a pullback to retest this minor order block and price sensitivity area on the 1 minute and then get a breakout. But I would only at this point see safe buys on GBP USD if we have this just creating consolidation and order block and failing to break lows, and then having a break and retest above 1.3400. Okay, let's zoom in more on the lower time frame here as well. Max here, Macedonian. Oh, young Mac. I thought it was Mac. Young Mac, different Mac. Still Mac though. Okay, so we can't. Yes, GU is bullish. Structure is bullish. Price action is, while current price action is not as bullish, but and of course market sentiment is bullish as well because the US dollar is weak, and of course we have that optimism with our risk currencies, but we can't deny the current price action exhaustion at previous intraday highs and at our historical price point 1.34. Okay, So when we zoom in here, and there's not too much to talk about GU because the fundamentals are the exact same as what we discussed on GJ. So when we zoom in here, example of an order block, this. When you have price have impulsive moves and the order blocks, the areas of consolidation, the order blocks, whatever you want to call it, it can be on every time frame, and the breakout of the order block is going to be correlated to the size of the, or the length of the consolidation phase, or the size of the order block. Okay, so when we have GU consolidating between highs and lows, which you can, sorry, that was the ugliest line, like pretty much between these low points here and here. It's still very bullish market structure, still very bullish. This is not a resistance forming. This can only be validated as a resistance and potential for sells if we broke to the downside of the order block. This is a consolidation, liquidity generation, order generation in the market, a decision being made by investors, a reaction. Okay? Because the market isn't always just pushing bullish. The market doesn't move in one direction. The market moves in waves. It has correction phases. It has consolidations and pullbacks. You could have very minor order blocks, very small ones, which I'll show you guys when we start looking for trade ideas. Gold also breaking above 1812. So keep an eye on this for a retest. For the buy scalps we're looking for. Yeah, keep an eye on this. You guys obviously, once I give the trade ideas, execute accordingly, but we're waiting for a retest anyways, unless you took the impulsive entry, which you just got 20 pips. But obviously I can't go back and forth like crazy while I'm explaining other pairs. But when you have this order block formed, price consolidating between highs and lows, sometimes it can be on the intraday and the range can be 50 pips. Sometimes it can be on the lower time frame and the range can be 10 pips. You can't validate it as a resistance or a support until you have the breakout either to the upside or the downside. But what you can assume is that with how bullish GU is, with how the current structure is bullish and the sentiment fundamentally is bullish, that this generating in the market as of now is buyer side liquidity. This is buyer order flow generating in the market for the next following impulsive move. So that's why if we don't break these order block lows, this is just a consolidation phase, liquidity generating in the market to have the next extended impulsive move to create a new intraday high. But we can't just start playing guessing games in this ranges because you can't anticipate when the break will be. But you can understand that once we have a breakout of this range, a breakout above our key level and a breakout above those previous intraday highs, we, with the current structure and sentiment, that we could look for buys above 1.3400. Okay, we could only validate this as short-term sell side liquidity and seller order flow if we did what? If we broke the candle body lows. If we came below this white line, then we can say, okay, there's higher probability that GU is failing to break its highs, that this consolidation phase was sell side liquidity, we're breaking to the downside. We have more potential to go revisit and do a pullback to retest this bullish market structure. All right. But right now, you can see that this lower time frame reaction is at a very, very key decision point. When you zoom out here, price is at a historical price point, which we have already been using for like a long period of time. I think this is a level from like 3 years back, right? And in real time, it's at previous intraday highs created by buyers. So now you have a decision being formed in the market here, a reaction at this price point. If we break above the previous intraday highs, break above this lower time frame order block, break above 1.34, we're just going to continue to play this structure, continue to play the trend, and play those buys up. If we break to the downside of these candle body lows that we identified on the 1 minute, there's higher probability that there is not enough buyer order flow or volatility in the market to break this key level or these previous intraday highs. So we're going to need a pullback to get buyers in the market from a better price point. Just like here, you can see once we peak these previous highs, this reaction, even though it was very aggressive, is due to buyers closing their positions and coming to a historical higher time frame price point. Then after this pullback, you have buyers enter the market from better price points again, attempt to revisit those highs and fail to do so. Another pullback, it doesn't break the lows. Buyers again fail to break those highs. Another pullback, then there's finally enough buyer order flow that we went to revisit these highs at least. Okay? So something similar can happen here, where if we see that exhaustion by buyers, that exhaustion will be confirmed by getting a break to the downside of this order block being formed in the lower time frame. Then we can see higher probability that there will be a, like what we've just seen on the hourly here before, there'll be higher probability of a pullback. We can potentially adapt and take advantage of that pullback. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? I know these streams are crazy, right? It's just so logical. Damn, man. Anybody take the breakout buys? That was quick. I wasn't paying attention. We still have London open in 19 minutes, so hopefully we get a retest of 1812. We're seeing this very minor bullish market structure developing here. So, you know what I mean? Let's see how it goes. We still got time. If you guys did take the impulsive buy entries, you got anywhere from 25 to 30 pips. Because we still have London open and we're reacting around those previous highs, I would secure some positions. I would secure a partial, secure some positions, secure some profits, and then leave it risk-free. So keep an eye on that because we're still waiting for that potential pullback and retest at actual London open. And GU trade ideas are, of course, when we're looking at this 1 minute order block, there's no limit to the US debt. There's no limit to how much US dollars can be printed, so there's no limit to the amount of US debt that can be amassed. I am streaming and trading in December. But I'm more testing brokers out just because my broker is leaving Canada in about 3 days. So for about 2 weeks, I'm just gonna be testing different brokers out. I'll probably just put like $1,000, anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000 in some different with different brokers, and just to see which has the best customer service, support, spreads, feels the best. I'm gonna test out like Trader's Domain, Owanda, Black Bull, this one called Pacific Prime, Pacific Union. That's the one, Pacific Union. I'm gonna try that out too, Nolan. That one, Nolan, Pacific Union. The dashboard, yeah, it's fucking identical to Vantage. For anybody, yeah, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. Pacific Union, like when the client portal, my girlfriend was trying it out. It's exactly the same as Vantage for anybody who's had a Vantage account. Okay, so for GU, we're only taking safe buys if we confirm that this is buyer side liquidity by getting a breakout to the upside and a breakout above key level. I think Pacific Union is literally another Vantage partner or I think it's Vantage still, but they made like a little side broker with a new name and like regulations to be accepted in Canada still for the short term. Huh? Gold is just creating a minor support. If you guys are in, I just said secure some positions here and leave risk free. Ibrahim, Ibrahim, it depends like where price action is. Usually I only like to enter at either psychological price points or key levels. I just said that if anybody took the breakout buys from 1812, like just on the breakout candle, that you got anywhere from 20 to 30 pips, so secure some positions, and then let's just see what London Open brings in 14 minutes because we do have potential for a pullback because we still have 14 minutes till London Open. GJ is just playing at these 1 minute lows. We're still waiting for the safer buys. All right, so yeah, so now we understand what we're looking for on gold potential. Like if anybody take those breakout buys on gold. Obviously, I was doing the analysis on the other pair still. We didn't get a clean order block yet, so we're gonna wait for the pullback still. London Open, which it should do. GJ main bias, bullish buys. Only safe sells if we get these confirms. Otherwise, higher risk, higher reward buys, safer buys. I'm not sure. I don't actively watch Bitcoin personally, so I don't have any experience or expertise to share on that. So sorry about that. I only talk about what I know. Okay, Euro USD. Euro USD broke out of this had a double bottom and broke out of this minor bear structure and is starting to create some nice lower time frame bullish market structure here. We have the ECB monetary statement stuff in the morning, but it would be ideal to get a retest on EU because with how EU is pushing up right now, I don't see any entry point here, right? So I don't see any entry point here. I only see if we get an entry point for EU is if we get a pullback to retest these 1 minute previous highs in this bullish structure and then extend it up to 1.99. Yeah, some of the key fundamental points we're keeping an eye on is the global optimism around COVID vaccines, Brexit showing more short term promise, Pfizer confirming deals for distribution of vaccines with Euro and North America, and markets looking more optimistic heading towards Christmas. We've also seen a lot stronger economic data from the US, UK, and Eurozone regarding PMI figures, which is a strong economic indicator for economists and investors. We don't have any UK or Euro data like over actual London session. We do have the ECB monetary statement at 6:30 a.m. Eastern, and then the follow up at 7:30 a.m. Eastern, and of course, U.S. Thanksgiving as well during New York session. Gold ripping it, but we're gonna wait for our pullback anyways. GJ also coming down to retest 0.500. It looks like. So let's just see how we react if we get that pullback to 0.500. We're only selling with these confirms. GU is still playing in this order block on the lower time frame. EU, we're going to wait for a pullback to retest these 1 minute highs and retest bullish structure if we get it to execute further buys. US dollar is still looking very bearish. Japanese yen is weak. Global equities are solid across the board. Asia Pac over Asian session still ran fairly solid. Like you could see, Japan and China equities were potentially revisiting previous highs. And do we break down? No, we didn't break down US30 yet. Okay, US30. So we cannot deny the amount of exhaustion that we had at the 30K psychological price level, 30K flat round number as well. But after these corrective phases, a lot of these dips get bought up on U.S. equities, and U.S. equities are extremely bullish. One, you can't fight the Federal Reserve. One of the reasons for people that don't know why the U.S. dollar is so bearish on the higher time frames is because fundamentally it is oversupplied. Supply and demand impacts any product, service, it doesn't matter. Supply and demand is a basic concept in economics. And when something is very high in supply and low in demand, the price of it is lower. When something is very scarce, it's very rare, and there's a high demand for it, the price is high, just like gold, for example, right? This is one of the reasons why gold went so bullish during COVID period. Physical gold, not just the gold spot we trade, talking about physical gold, is because COVID shut down global production facilities around gold, global gold mines and production areas, right? This limited the gold supply, as well as market fear increased the demand. While as market fear increased the demand of gold, so you saw that heavy impulsive move of the impact on the supply and demand. The reason why oil went negative is because you had the opposite. So that hurt my ears. GJ coming to retest 0.500. We're going to watch the reactions accordingly, but coming right to retest the structure like we expected. We're only taking safe sells if we break below it, so keep an eye on it. But obviously, this is initial reaction. We still have to wait for a support to be formed, etc., etc. Okay, so just coming to, we're expecting that pullback to 139.500 at least, but now we're going to stay reactive to see if we break below. If we just react here with London open in 6 minutes, right? Okay, so what I was talking about, one of the reasons why oil went negative, dollar getting a short-term boost and pullback as well, but still very bearish. Gold giving us that pullback anyways, like we wanted, so it's all good. All right, let's relax. Okay, so one of the reasons, that's one of the main, oh man, I gotta turn that off. That's gonna hurt people's ears. So one of the main, because we have these key level alerts get sent straight to the trade room. So so one of the main reasons why gold was so bullish during COVID was due to those fundamental impacts on supply and demand. One of the reasons oil went negative was because oil demand was extremely low. You had billions of cars off the road. You had you had thousands of different industries and places that use oil shut down, and you had a heavy oversupply of it. That was one of the reasons oil went negative. One of the reasons the US dollar is so bearish is because it's oversupplied from Federal Reserve printing to put that money to inflate the stock market. Okay, so one of the main rules of the stock market during times of uncertainty is if the Fed start injecting, you can't fight the Feds. All right? You cannot fight the Federal Reserve. So what we're seeing here on US30 is we're retesting around previous highs. We had this impulsive buy move of about 800 points. And from these high points, we had about a 350 point correction, right? Almost a 50% correction of this buyer's impulsive move. We can see that we're starting to get a break out of this lower time frame bearish market structure, development of minor bullish structure, and a support being formed at 29,850. Yo, you guys gotta relax. It's not even London Open. GJ fell about like 3 pips below the key level to retest structure. It's a 10 pip total move. Just take it easy. GJ, sorry, gold. We want the pullback to 1812. It's at 1815. Relax. YouTube refugees are a bunch of crackheads. Relax. Man said G, like relax. Take it easy. Take a breath. Reggie. Yo, who's a mod? Kick Reggie out. Whoever's a mod in the chat, kick Reggie out. You guys are spazzes. Take it easy. Take a breath, bro. Man spazzing, spamming gold retesting in the chat when we know you're gonna execute a 0.01 lot on it. Just fucking take it easy, bro. All right. It's not even London Open yet. This is just our plan. This is just our planning time. This is our planning time. Anyways, support being formed at 29,850 medium term zone, breaking out of some lower time frame bearish market structure, which you guys can see identified here. See on the 1 minute, you can see how cleanly and beautifully the structure was being respected. This bearish structure, until we started getting more signs of sellers exhaustion at these lows. We had a order block formed here and a potential breakout of the bullish structure in order block, and now some very minor bullish structure developing. All right, so yeah, people really wilding out. Like if GJ breaks below the structure in 0.500 and London retests and fails to break higher, we'll adapt and take the sells. Relax. But right now it's just reacting, right? What is it, like 6 pips below, 10 pips below? It's coming to retest that structure. We would only take sells if we break below key level and break structure. I should have said failure to break below structure. Because the structure is lower, then break above 0.500. It's because the bullish structure is a bit lower here where it's reacting. The bullish structure was based on these lower time frame points of this pullback that went to test previous highs, and these low points from when we first had signs of sellers exhaustion in a breakout of bear structure. You can see that this lower time frame and intraday structure on GJ has been respected so far, so that's why I want to watch how we react here right now. And we have London Open in 1 minute, and this is the safer buys. This is the higher risk, is if we fail to break this structure, come back above 0.500, we're only taking the sells below structure point, so keep an eye on that. Gold also giving us the pullback. US30, similar idea here, where US30 is coming out of that corrective phase. Fuck. See how US30 was respecting this bearish structure. We had a breakout at this point and a lot of exhaustion at 29,860. I would only be taking safe, only safe US30 sells. London Open right now, hourly candle just created a lower wick so far already. GJ melting. Now what, bro? Now you fucking try to sell down here and you got fucked for no reason, right, buddy? But anyways, who said get the bundle? Are you in Daniel's Zoom chat right now too, Jameson? Don't tell me you are, bro. But anyways, let's watch the reaction here, okay? Yeah, GJ melting. Like relax. So okay, now we got the reaction around the bullish market structure. This hourly candle created a lower wick. If we can create a double bottom down here and then respect 139.5 or a support at 139.5, that's what we're looking for, all right? Keep an eye on it. We have to be very cautious right now because we just did have a breakout to the downside of this price point, but it is looking pretty good so far, like what we were expecting. Did we not so far get what we were expecting? Getting a pullback to the bullish structure, reacting at 0.500. I don't know if Jameson's trolling or not. But yeah, let's watch the reaction right now because it's only 2 minutes into London Open. Oh, nope, I don't want to delete that. And we still need to see if we fail to break these lows because we don't want this hourly candle to turn bearish on us. I want to see if we get a double bottom to show more sellers exhaustion or support formed an order block at key level, and then watch for that upside move. Just for London Open right now, see the US dollar just is pretty much waving off that strength fairly quickly. Global equities are still looking pretty solid in my opinion, but let's see how it develops overnight. Sorry, we didn't get to finish. Germany's Merkel's given a speech on pandemic measures, so watch for the impact on euro. Hopefully her speech gives us a pullback. Yeah, fucking GJ melting. Like people spazzing, man. Like it makes it. You know why I don't like that? Because you're trying to plan trades. You're trying to be calm, wait for your confirms. And you got someone spamming this shit. It makes you like all anxious and on edge. You know what I mean? GJ melting. Like, what are you, a monkey? Like, fucking shut up. Like, why are you trying to like? You're making everybody's heart race. Making everybody like lose focus, start to think very impulsively. Like, just relax. Like, take it easy. All right, so only safe sells here. Right now on US30, you can see we just retested this lower time frame bullish market structure we're looking at. If we break above these 1 minute highs, if we fail to break here, this would be very, very high risk entries, like where we are right now in US30. Safer entries now in US30 is post pullback. Like this reaction is very high risk buys, but because we're just reacting there, this would be the safest. Is even if we play around in this range, fail to break, and then come above these 1 minute highs, we're gonna have that impulsive move with volume. GJ coming to retest 0.500 like we expected as well. We don't want this hourly candle to turn bearish on us. I do want to watch, like we were saying, we could get this potential double bottom, then fail to break the structure. We would still need to come above 0.500. Nothing has been executed on yet on GJ or GU or Euro USD. I know some members were already, if some private members were already in Euro USD buys. Yeah, man, spamming like a special ed kid. Like, not any disrespect to special ed kids, but fucking in the only trade that anybody could have possibly executed on was the breakout, but we didn't get a clean retest. We just had that breakout entry, no order block yet either. So what we don't want is this candle to obviously for buys. What we wouldn't want is this candle to flip bearish. We want to just get reactions at these previous 1 minute lows and come above 0.500. I just gotta go to the washroom. I gotta empty my bladder before I talk for another hour and a half. The one good thing about this stream, the one good thing about this stream is a lot of talking, like a lot of information being shared nonstop. GU did break below these 1 minute lows and retest now. So we do have that higher probability of this pullback, but we have to watch the reaction at this area. I'm not looking to sell GBP pairs. I personally just want to play with the trend. With those pullbacks, if you guys take advantage of it, obviously it's good for you. I personally just like to play with the trend. Yeah, if you guys enjoy these streams, if you want me to do them more often, honestly, to be honest with you guys, we do these streams like more often, like daily in the private chat. And now that the private chat has filled up its member cap, I lost my motivation to do these YouTube streams alongside with a family member passing. I just lost my motivation overall because, like, you know what I mean. Like, life's so fucked up. But I'm still gonna keep myself busy and do these more often too, at least twice a week. You just gotta keep yourself busy. EU, yeah, just wait. Yeah, just because we do this daily in the private chat, of course, and I don't have to talk as much because everybody's watched the educational webinars. Well, never mind. That's a lie. They don't. Because in Capital Hungary, yeah, I would have done 2 streams this week, but if I didn't have that family issue. Kerwin's here? Where's Kerwin? Hornito? Kerwinito? Hornito? Not Hornito. Bro, this is gold. The chart's on gold. Man said please go to gold. Kerwin's a man, yo. Kerwin's good people. Any Black Friday special? No, we don't do any specials like that. I need all the private members who are in the Zoom session right now to please go to the CH webinar vault, and just so you don't piss me off as much, please watch all of these. Just please. All right? Any private chat members that are watching who are new, just do me one favor. You paid for it. Just please watch all these. Good shit, Damien. Some of the ones are older, and I understand they got garbage audio. Like, not garbage audio, you can still hear me, but it's because I didn't have a mic. Like, I wasn't like doing all this streaming stuff at the time. But a lot of the newer ones, they're good. Yeah, they're all good, trust me. All right. So please, private chat members, stop pissing me off so much. All the new members, make sure you watch all these. There's a ton. There's like 50 now. This Merkel bitch, yo. Merkel saying COVID cases are still too high. Like, shut up, bitch. All right, GJ is reacting, like giving us like that potential little double bottom here, like we were talking about, but we need to get some bullish candles here and a failure to break these lows or the bullish structure at least, and then come above 0.500. But let's keep an eye on that. Yeah, shit audio but quality content. Jameson got it. Jameson got it right. But the new ones got good. The new ones are like this audio. You know what I mean? We're only taking sells if we get a clean break of this structure. Because this hourly candle now looks like it's flipping bearish, so we might have to be adapting to these sells down. GU as well is giving us that deeper pullback after breaking the 1 minute lows. Gold's still playing around. We're waiting for the pullback there. Yeah. Right now, we did not execute on nothing yet. It's only 12 minutes into London Open. We're still watching the reactions at this bullish structure. Merkel, oh, this bitch, yo, this German bitch isn't helping our case. We can't promise any softening of restrictions for Christmas. We can't. Most likely, COVID-19 restrictions will remain in place for January for most regions. Damn, bitch. Yeah, if we do get a break of this structure, a pullback, we're looking to take the sell down to at least 0.200, which you can see the psychological price level here. But right now we're reacting at this previous, or we're reacting at that lower time frame bullish structure on the dot. See how these candle bodies created this low. If we had a bullish engulfing candle close above this low point, this would still be like a double bottom being created here. But right now, if we have this candle push up and fail to break these previous candle body lows, it's most likely going to flip bearish. So I'd rather just watch the reactions first, and we still have like 2 hours we're watching this anyways, you know? Because when you're watching the price action refine now, you can see that we're reacting around these previous candle body lows and this bullish market structure retest point. But if we came back above these candle body lows, we would still that would still just be a deeper retest of the bullish structure and coming back above potential double bottom area to watch reactions at 0.500. Otherwise, if it fails to break there, it's just going to turn bearish and then dip lower. But I really got to go to the washroom. Gold not giving us the deeper retest to 1812, creating a support at 1815. But it's all good. Patience is the key. Don't forget, on this stream you get your mental reminders. Capital hungry, caution, stay smart, follow your trading plan, your risk management plan, focus on your long-term vision, keep emotions out, and avoid crashing your account. So see how it rejected? See what I was talking about here? When you're really looking at the price action, it's reacting between the bullish structure and that candle body low point. But like I said, if it didn't break above that, higher potential is going to dip lower. Like when we're looking very refined here at the price action on the 1 minute, it would need to come back above here and correct this bearish candle to show us that that was exhaustion. But this was just a quick little pullback to retest these lows, and now it's dipping down lower. It looks like it's going to continue down to 0.200. But I really got to go to the washroom. Oh, before I go, that was a nice flip still. But you got to see how this candle closes. It still has to close for buys to be valid. It still has to close above this yellow line and then above 0.500 for us to take buys. All right. US30 had a very solid reaction at the retest of bullish structure, but similar idea. We need more liquidity in the market and a consolidation to the upside, and a consolidation then a breakout to the upside to take the buys above like 29,960. Yeah, I gotta go. Right now, if this candle closes bullish above this candle body point and this bearish candle and starts to create a minor little order block here that comes above 0.500, we're taking those. Otherwise, watch this price point here. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Okay, so what's going on here? GJ is, see how GJ is still failing to break above these candle body highs in that previous little minor candle body low that was created. So this is looking like, unless we break above there, we're gonna continue down and break below structure. For us to take buys, we would need a break above these candle body lows and then a clean break and retest above 139.5. The breakout of, if we do have a candle close bullish above this order block area in reaction at bullish market structure, that would be more, sorry, that would be more impulsive buys if we had a break above there. Otherwise, the safer buys would be if we have a break above here, then a break above 139.5. But right now, what you can see is this is just looking like liquidity being generated for a potential drop to the downside. But we're just creating this little order block as we're having a reaction between buyers and sellers at this retest of bullish market structure. Okay, which also doesn't help our, which also didn't help our economic events, sorry, which also didn't help our buys in the short term, was that Germany's Merkel was talking about how COVID cases are still too high. We're still going to need lockdowns extended until January. There's still a lot of uncertainty regarding COVID and the agreements around it. We also have some Brexit headlines right now. The UK finance minister, Sunak, on a deal or no deal. I disagree that we need a deal at any cost. Pretty mixed headlines, but if we break to the downside, we will have that downside move to 0.200. But we're watching this little order block right now, and the new 30-minute candles also in 5 minutes. So let's just, so we did get our pullback to retest bullish market structure. We are currently failing to break below it so far, but we would need price to come back above 0.500 to take buys. Otherwise, we're looking for the sells at the downside break of this order block for about 20 pips down to 0.200. Higher risk buys is if we have a breakout candle, if we have a breakout candle that comes above this 1 minute low point and above this order block we're observing here. This isn't the cleanest right now, but that would be higher risk, and the safer is above 0.500. New 30-minute candles in 4 minutes. I like to watch once we have our trade ideas lined up, our areas of interest, our points of interest as per market structure, key levels, and we're observing price action. The reason I like to watch the 1 minute is because you see buyers and sellers reaction the best. Like you can see, like this new 5 minute candle just literally came back up just to these same candle body high points we were just looking at and identifying. And the same low points here we're pretty much rejecting. We did get our pullback phase so far that we expected, but right now we're looking at UK equities. They are bearish so far and doing a sharp decline. We are below 0.500. FTSE 100 is bearish. We need a break to the downside of this order block to take sells down to psychological price level, secondary psychological price level, which is 0.200. All right. But right now it's in this decision area. So let's just watch the price action accordingly. That's why I like to watch the 1 minute for more refined entries and watching that reaction between buyers and sellers. Gold, gold looks like it could still it's creating exhaustion at these previous highs. The US dollar is also pretty indecisive right now. It peaked new 3 month lows, so you have to understand that from these higher time frame macro low points there is that probability it can get bought up. For example, at these 2 month lows, when it was previously at these 2 month lows, look how many times it got bought up from these 2 month lows and then finally had this meltdown to break into these new 3 month lows. But currently still in bearish structure. I do not want this candle to flip bullish just because that weaker US dollar sentiment will support potential GU buys, gold buys, EU buys as well. Gold, we're more looking at this bullish market structure on the lower time frame and understanding it's in a corrective phase. People took the impulsive buys at 1812, the breakout buys, but we're more looking for a support to be formed or a retest, and we have yet to get the retest. So now we're just watching closely there. It's interesting to watch the reaction, this little minor range here. US30, another rejection at the lower time frame bullish market structure we identified on the 1 minute and the intraday. You can see these reaction points where we've had strong bounces from here so far. Nice reaction again. $142. When do we hit 142? Carbonito. Oh, previous highs, previous highs. Sorry. We don't have any economic data reports. Merkel just said some negativity regarding COVID, so that obviously didn't help support our weakness for Japanese yen and the US dollar. You know? You can see to the left side of your screen here, Merkel says COVID-19 restrictions will likely remain in place. It will likely remain in place until January for most regions. Merkel says the COVID-19 agreement on ski areas seemed difficult. Merkel says that COVID-19 cases are still too high. New 30-minute candle though, breaking above the order block for now. I don't want to jinx the candle body close. That's a pretty weak close. But this is just a new 30-minute candle. Wake the hell up! The tyrants are controlling you. I agree. I agree with you, Team America. I'm on the same page as you, bro. Spelled tyrants wrong though, but no, it's only a buy, safer buy if this 30-minute fails to this was just a new 30-minute candle opening. It wasn't a clean breakout of the order block. It was just looked like it was creating its top wick. It's only a buy if we validate the support at a retest of the bullish structure and get an upside move and a break and retest above 0.500. Otherwise, currently it's respecting the sell bias of sells below 0.500, potentially breaking and retesting the bullish structure and potentially breaking these candle body lows here. So this looks like it's coming down to 0.200 now. It would only be buys if we came back above 0.500. The FTSE, yes. I just call it UK equities. So this 30-minute candle now should come down to 0.200 after breaking these candle body lows and that 30-minute creating its top wick. EU didn't do nothing just yet. EU, I'm waiting for a pullback to like 1.88 on the intraday time frames. On the 1 minute, I don't really see anything for an entry point here. The US dollar is showing some short-term strength as well as the Japanese yen. So it does look like we can get that pullback if you're talking about that you want to take advantage of that pullback. Gold did a retest of the magic yellow line. The sell idea we were looking for on GJ was if we broke below 139.500, which this upside move was a good reaction, but we were expecting price to revisit this low anyways. So our sell bias was a lot more valid, especially when we had Germany's Merkel talking about how there's still a lot of COVID fear in the markets and there's still a lot of uncertainty around it, right? Then what we were observing to see if you could extend the sells or take more sells was this order block being formed on the 1 minute time frame where we were failing to break above the previous 1 minute low point and these candle body highs, right? And then you also got the new 30-minute candle that just peaked that same price point, and I said that it looks like this candle is going to flip bearish and we should slowly just make our way down to 0.200 down. Volume and volatility has been a bit slower this week if you guys haven't noticed. But we should slowly just make our way down to 139.200. Only safe sells if we broke below 139.500. If the UK stock market was bearish, which the UK sorry, the UK stock market right now on the intraday hourly time frame you can see right here is doing a bit of bearish dip right now, right? As well as if we break and retest below the structure point, and then we're looking to sell down to the psychological price levels. It's just that volumes and volatility have been a bit slower. So it's not like we're having some crazy impulsive moves. But for the buys, we would have needed a double bottom at the structure retest, a break and retest above 139.5, and that's our buy bias. But otherwise, as we were coming below 0.500, we expected at least to revisit these lows and react to the market structure. Then we started observing this order block, and we validated that if we don't break above these order block 1 minute highs, it's just more sell orders entering the market, and we should continue our way down here. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to everybody? This is like what we had typed up before anyways. Our main bias at the start of the stream for GJ was expecting a pullback, but to take buys. But now that we broke below 139.500 and we're starting to break below that bullish structure, we adapted, as well as we're getting those negative headlines from Germany's Merkel regarding coronavirus. We needed a lot more confirms to take those buys. So this played out instead. It's just very slow, like pretty slow London session so far. Like when you're like we're on the 1 minute chart here, and it's volume time, and these are very small, like slow corrective candles. You know. Yeah, we are all slaves to volatility, 100%. And GU did the same idea where I wasn't looking for GU sells personally. We didn't get the safe buy confirms anyways. We already identified that this was an order block being created where if we break to the downside, we have higher probability of a pullback. And we were at a historical price point resistance at 1.3400, as well as buyers having some exhaustion here, getting a mix of bullish and bearish candles showing buyers exhaustion at the exact same intraday high price point, which lines up with our historical price point. And then on the 1 minute, we said that uh, if we break below these 1 minute lows in the order block, this will show us more buyers exhaustion and higher probability of this deeper pullback we are getting now, which if we break this price zone will come down to like 1.33. So I don't know if anybody took these GU cells, but that was like 15 pips. That was a nice retest as well on GU. We're just reacting at a previous price sensitivity area. GJ as well, like it's just slow right now, but it should slowly make its way down unless we have some crazy optimistic headlines enter the scene. And we're just getting some more pullback phases. As GJ still failed to break previous intraday highs, and of course our shift in structure allowed us to stay reactive and adaptive because we already pre-planned these trade ideas, and because we already understood that we could get a higher potential for a pullback. Just to stay adaptive, we were very smart when reacting to the price action. But we didn't even get the safer buy option anyways, and we didn't get the confirms we needed at 139.500 of a support. We got these confirms. EU, we're just watching on the intraday. I didn't see any good EU points to enter buys at the very top, and as per sells, we're expecting that deeper pullback anyways, and getting a break of this minor bullish structure, but still wasn't anything ideal to execute on for me personally. And US30, we did not get our safe buy confirms. We actually might get the sell squeeze down to 229,850, and the safer sells below 29,850. No UK data or Euro data. We do have the ECB monetary stuff at pre-New York hours. Jonas, from these initial low points and signs of sellers exhaustion at 137.2, you can see we were extending this bullish market structure as we had a break out of bearish structure. We had another tap at that deeper retest at 139 that went to go revisit these highs, and now we're potentially seeing breaks of that coming down to around 0.200 with price breaking below 139.5. We didn't get the higher risk, higher reward buy options, obviously, because a support and order block was informed there, and we adapted to the negative headlines. We adapted to the negative headlines as well from Germany's Merkel, right? But the sells played out as we identified exhaustion at 139.8 and knew that safer buys we would need a break above 139.8, and as well as the break of the structure when we zoomed in as well. Slowly creeping down. Like I said, the volumes and volatilities is a bit slower, but it is slowly making its way down to 0.200. I know we just all want that 1 minute melt candle, 12 pips, get that trade done, but it is doing its thing. Bank of England Bailey is speaking right now, just talking about we will need to plan our way out of this level of borrowing over time. Nothing too crazy. We should extend our way down. The new hourly candle. Hopefully, if we even dip a bit lower, the new hourly candle at 4 a.m. Comes to revisit this order block and retest of bullish structure. Then we can take more sells as well. Seed's my boy. Seed and Monty. They're good people. See, they're just fucking boring, yo. I tell them this too sometimes, like, bro, fuck a seed voices. Because personally, for you guys, a lot of you guys are from Europe and UK who are watching, so it's the morning for you, right? But for me, it's the middle of the night because I'm from North America. I'm from Canada, like near Toronto area. So for me, if I was watching Seed overnight, man, his voice would put me to sleep, bro. But it's also good for trading. He has a very calming. It's very calming. Fahad, Where'd you enter your sales? 0.401. Yeah, you're yeah. Oh, you're good, bro. Put it break even. We're coming down, baby. New 15. This new 15-minute candle doesn't have a top wick. Be cautious of that, guys. At least you got 10 pips right now, but on the new hourly, we might get a pullback. We do this oddly went to the bottom of this yellow circle, but let's see if we can get like keep making our way down to 0.200. Yeah, he has a very calming voice. QWERTY FX? I don't know who that is. Yeah, if you guys got to catch these cells from 0.500 or from 0.400 area, at least you got anywhere from 10-20 pips. This 15-minute candle has yet to create a upper wick, but we still are very bullish price. Sorry, we still are very bearish current lower time frame price action. We are starting to create some minor. If we come out to the 1 minute here, we are starting to create some very minor bearish structure as well, where we could play this structure possibly through New York. If we like, let's just say we dip down over the next hour till Asian session close 5 a.m. Eastern to 139.2, and the new 4-hour candle pulls up to retest this order block and bullish market structure retest and bearish structure. That's a sniper spot for pullback sells, right? You feel me? Like I'm just trying to visualize that if we do have this minor low created on the 1 minute around 139.2 over like the next hour and a half by like Asian session close, new 4-hour candles, then we close some positions and then we get a pullback to retest this order block on the 1 minute as well as that broken bullish structure and this minor bearish market structure. This would be a good spot for sells like through New York session if this structure holds. What's Bitcoin dropping to N7? It was just that it hit what 19K or 20K USD. What's it at now? 17K. It always does a dip from these it always does a dip from these price points. 16.6. Wow. Yeah, nice and bearish. We should come right down to revisit these lows. It's slowly making its way. We said like it's not volume volatility isn't high, but like it is making its way. It's chugging along, you know. No, I wasn't muted. Sorry, I was just looking at some messages people sent me. Like if we can get this straight to melt, that's ideal for us. Bank of England Bailey says that it's important government has put for low measures in place, so they're just talking about like UK stimulus. Gold gave a nice retest to the magic yellow line indicator, and if it creates a support here at 1815, because the dollar and gold correlation has sort of has fallen off ever since they're both been behaving just as safe havens. Gold lost a lot of its safe haven appeal. If it creates a support here, yeah, you guys don't know about this. I wanted a retest to 1812 again. We got the clean breakout for anybody who caught the breakout, but I wanted the retest through London session. GJ, we're only 10 pips away from our first scalp target. It's slow. It's a slow night. Most likely due to the fact that we're coming towards the end of the month. This is the last business week of the month, and because of the North American Thanksgiving. Well, not North American, just the American Thanksgiving. Yeah, if you guys enjoy these streams, if you want me to do them more often, because I'm losing my motivation to do them. Can't lie, especially with the especially with the private chat. Like we do them every day in there, anyways. You know. So you guys better. It's free for you guys to send a like. If you guys want to send a like, you want to subscribe, share the stream, send the stream in Daniel Savage's chat, send it in the Astro chat, send it in Paul's Telegram. I want to see proof that you guys said this. I know all of you guys in this chat are in different chats. You guys are in Monty's chat, Seed's chat, Paul's chat, Market Fluidity. Right? I want everybody to like the stream because it's free to do, subscribe, and also send this live stream link into every other trading chat you're in. Devang, what chats are you in? I want to see proofs. I want to see someone send it because I want to see. I also want to see if they delete it because it's just a free stream. Why would they delete it, right? Whoever's in Paul's higher standards trading, send this stream. Why is it disrespectful? It's just a free trading stream. It's a resource for people, no? GJ giving us that pullback coming up for the new hourly candle, 8 minutes. But yeah, why would it be disrespectful to share a free trading stream that allows people to learn, potentially make money, look at fundamentals, real time streaming news headlines, price action, market structure, trade ideas? Why would it be disrespectful to share that to other people that want to learn? Send it in Astro, send it in Q Banks, send it in that thing. No Tootsie. I just have no fucking need to do these free streams. It was just to get the private members, and then because we do these in there anyways. Because this news terminal, and other resources we use in Capital Hungry, total the data cost like around 18K a year. So what the fuck would I be giving that away for free to everybody else, especially you broke ass bums? Like things like the Bloomberg terminal, if you're gonna use a Reuters icon terminal, It costs like anywhere upwards to 20K a year. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna come on YouTube. Yeah, like come on. And everything in this world is monetized. GJ's doing that bigger a pullback like we expected anyways, coming for the new hourly. Everything in this world is monetized. The people who just get mad at it are the people who can't think of any ideas themselves or can't, you know what I mean? They don't know how to monetize life themselves. But yeah, you can see the trades I took in the free analysis chat. I didn't trade this week because I had a family member pass away, but all the trades, analysis, everything we do is in here as well. I don't know if people are fucking retarded or if people are slow in the head, but everybody complains about wanting money and being rich, but then they get pissed at people who have multiple streams of income because they can't make multiple streams of income. But everybody wants to be rich and have money, but nobody actually wants to put in the work or have multiple ways to earn money. What are you talking about indices where, bro? We're fucking looking at US30. Bonjour world. What do you mean? There's nothing to look at. It moved fucking 10 points. What do you want us to do, bro? Like what do you want us to look at? We're already looking at global equities, bro. We're looking at FTSE 100. Just because you saw the title of the stream and you jumped in the 1 minute and we weren't looking at a fucking index, man starts typing in all caps like he's a fucking retard, like you're a fucking Neanderthal. What are you fucking 5 years old? USD JPY, what's the TP there? We don't even fucking look at it. YouTube chat's the best, man. I like the YouTube chat just because, you know what I mean? Yeah, a fucking bunch of Neanderthals. And this is another reason. My IQ's too high for a lot of these Neanderthals. Sorry if that comes across as cocky, but you need a lot of confidence to guide hundreds of people, thousands of people through trades or teach them about the markets or give your perspective. You need a lot of confidence to do that. And you can't do that being a fucking Neanderthal. You guys gotta evolve. Go through the human evolution process. Man, I'm finna like the video. But like, why were you so mad we weren't looking at US30 right away? We're looking at it for these sells down, bro. We're waiting. We're waiting. 50 points below this. It broke below structure. We said we could start looking for sells here. Now we're just waiting, bro. We're waiting. GJ, we're in sells. Like we're just waiting for it to go to 0.200. What do you want me to fucking keep staring at it? Like what do you want me to look at? Did anybody take the US30 sells? It's right there, 50 points. Yeah, like this London session's pretty slow so far. It's only up 20 points. Yeah, you guys are, man. You know what I like about this is that like we don't have to be nice to each other. We're just here. This is a trading pit. You know what I mean? It's like a trading floor. If you do have entries on US30, just because the new hourly candle is in 2 minutes, right? We have a new this hourly candle closing, new hourly opening up. just be cautious that the new hourly candle can create a top wick to retest the structure, then continue down. So just be cautious of that if you're in the trade. Come on, GJ. 7 more pips. W's in the chat for GJ. Come on. I told you it's slow, but it's going there. Right? I told you it's slow, but it's going there. Yo, it's going to our target. It's going to our magic yellow line. It's following what we expected. 2 more pips. 2 more pips before the hourly candle. Come on. You guys can just close right here if you really want. If the scalp. I don't know. It's just funny. The reason I asked for it, Alejandro, is because when I was when I was gaming before, I used to watch a lot of these Twitch streamers, and they always said it. Like W's in the chat. So I don't know. When I started live streaming trading, I started fucking saying it too. It's pretty stupid. Now that you say it, it's pretty stupid, but it's funny. It's just funny, yeah. Okay, yo, come on. That's close enough. New hourly candle. It's off by 3 pips. There you go. All right. GJ, we adapted to the sells. 139.5 or the break of the order block. New hourly candle just opened up. You either got 15 pips or you got almost 30 pips. All right? So this trade is done. Yeah, that's enough of the spamming. Man started sending bear Fs. New hourly is giving a pullback like we expected. We just came 2 pips from where we were expecting to retest anyways. If you guys want to leave runners risk free, you can do that. If you guys want to leave partials, you guys want to leave runners running risk free, you can 100% do that still. Price action in lower time frame structure is still looking quite bearish. Of course, we're noticing that the dollar and the safe haven currencies picked up some short-term strength from their 3-month low points. The US dollar had that upside move. Anybody who is still in GU, you're still in profit. We could take further sells at a break of these lows. EU is also giving us that potential pullback with the US dollar short-term strength. Gold is still respecting the magic yellow line. Kerwin, enjoy. I don't know if anybody took these support buys, but it's nothing crazy just yet. US30, W's in the fucking chat. Who's the guy that was all caps lock saying, "Oh, where's the index? Where's the indices? This is cap. Where's the indexes?" Well, you missed it, bro. Because you were typing in all caps so hard, you missed your sells. Yeah, GJ. Of course, GJ. When we were first looking at it, on the intraday time frames, we were in a bullish bias. But what we identified is previous exhaustion at these intraday highs, and the potential that there would be a pullback. There would be a pullback to generate more order flow and liquidity in the market. Okay. So once we had the break below 139.500 psychological price level, we adapted to that shift in structure. Remember, GBP main bias was the buys, But of course, this can change overnight if there's any fundamental catalyst or shift in structure. So stay adaptive. Our rules as traders is to protect capital and stay as adaptive and objective as possible. Watch price action and buyers and sellers reaction accordingly. What we noticed was negative headlines coming from the UK finance minister as well as Germany's Merkel regarding COVID. We also started developing some bearish price action, getting a break below 139.500. After this little minor spike up, we expected price to at least retest these lows and start to give us reaction at the structure at the bullish structure retest. This was an order block that was being formed, but the order block failed to break to the highs, showing us that it was sell side liquidity with for us to take that squeeze down to psychological price level 0.200. The safe sells we predetermined ahead of time were one price below 139.5. The UK equity market being bearish, the break and retest below structure, which was just instead we had the order block formed, and we sell down to the price to the psychological price levels, aka 0.200 here, and then watch the reactions there accordingly. So on the new hourly candle, who gave you guys the best advice to close your sell scalps as we're going to get a pullback right there? Did you guys listen? Everybody listens to me about when to take the trades or the analysis, but do you guys listen to me when I tell you to fucking close your positions? Or do you get greedy as fuck and still hold? Did you guys listen and close down here? Because we expected a reaction at the psychological price levels. We expected a reaction for the new hourly candle to pull back. Right? All right, good job. Okay, good job, good job. Because we expected that pullback for the new hourly candle. You took a buy? That's a great buy, scalp. But now, listen. What is this? What is this so far? This is a reaction. Yeah, US30, same thing. See how it's doing that pullback, like I told you guys, for the new hourly candle that could possibly retest? I told you guys, please listen to me when we're scalping. You have to watch price action accordingly. So on GJ here, right? After this sell-off move, and we have this bearish market structure, this, you know what this is? You know what this upside move is? This is other people that are smart like us, knowing when to cash out. This reaction here at these lows, right at the new hourly candle, is other smart investors like us cashing the fuck out of their positions. The only way they can get relieved out of the market is with buyers jumping accordingly. It's just in our day-to-day modern markets. This reaction is within milliseconds. Your order gets picked up by a bank or by a broker on the opposite end. Now for the new hourly, we're getting a pullback. If this pullback retests this broken bullish structure as well as this order block and fails to break, guess who can take more sells right back down? Right? But now we're going to watch the reaction. That trade was done. Our target was hit of around 0.200. It lined up our exit point lined up perfectly to close right before the new hourly candle. Right? So we cashed out. And what did we see happen? Other investors, other sellers also cash out, giving this pullback. Sellers exiting the market. We can only say that buyers are in the market now. Okay, so now look. Let's clean this up a bit. So now on the lower, and this is why I love the 1 minute, because you can watch price action and reactions at areas of interest, higher time frame key levels, market structure retest, more refined than any other time frame. Now, what we can clearly see is we got a break of this bullish structure. For those who are wondering, this bullish structure is intraday bullish structure, originally from the 137.200 137.200 low points. Been running for an extended period of a week now. This bullish optimistic structure. You can see the lower time frame reactions exactly. I just extended the line. When we had a pullback in the market, when we had that aggressive pullback yesterday, it lined up exactly with the structure in 139 flat. Okay? Now we are getting a break of that structure, and after getting buyer's exhaustion at 139.8 previous highs and getting minor bearish market structure forming, the only way we could continue bullish from our perspective and see safe buys is by one, noticing more sellers exhaustion. That would come from if we come to revisit these lows and fail to break, right? If we come to revisit these lows and fail to break and then pull up, this is the first signs of seller's exhaustion. Then if we break above this minor bearish structure and break above the bullish structure again, as well as 0.500, that shows us bullish momentum is back in the market again. Without that, now through New York session and through the rest of London session, if we continue to respect this bearish structure and continue to remain below the bullish structure of 139.500, we can just continue to move to the downside and extend this structure and start playing that. Right? Doesn't that click so many buttons in your head? Doesn't that give you a bunch of aha moments, like when you're thinking about the buyers and sellers strength, when buyers or sellers are closing positions, the market structure, how market structure is created. So right now we are getting a pullback to retest this order block we identified in the lower time frame that was created, as well as around the retest of that broken bullet structure. Even if we fuck around here for a bit longer and then have exhaustion and break below the lows, we can take the sells right back down to 0.200 and potentially lower. What we want to keep an eye on is that in 50 minutes, it's the new 4-hour candles for most brokers and Asian session close. For this specific 4-hour candle timing, which lines up with London session hours slowing down a bit, London session volume, slowing down a bit, coming towards Asian session close in pre-New York, there's higher probabilities that there's deeper pullbacks during this time to set up price for North American investors. Okay? But that was a great sell. We didn't get confirmed for the safe buys. Asia closes in 1 hour exactly, all of Asia region at 5 a.m. Eastern. Japan closes like just a bit earlier, like closed like 20 minutes ago or whatever. Oh, Black Bull Markets! I'm gonna be testing your guys' broker. I'm gonna be depositing $1,000 with you guys soon and testing your broker out as Vantage is leaving Canada. You guys better not. You guys better not B-book me. BG does what change because of the American holiday? Yeah, we'll talk partnerships. No problem. Oh, the setup for New York investors, that it could the setup would probably be the same. It's just that volumes and volatility you can assume during these holidays will be a lot slower. And it really just depends because some holidays aren't taken as serious as others. I know Christmas and Thanksgiving are really big in the US. Thank you, Black Bull Markets, for tuning in. Appreciate that. Okay, gold. Gold looks like we're finally going to get our retest of 1812 we've been waiting for, but let's keep an eye on that. I'm just going to go quickly fill up my water bottle. If you guys look to the headlines to the left here, we just have an ECB speaker, but nothing too significant. There was this breakout entry. Yeah, exactly. Like exactly. Timbuktu. Like shit. Like Labor Day is a holiday, but like it's not as serious or taken as serious by Americans. Gold gave a nice buys. It almost went like 60 pips, but it was just a breakout entry. We didn't get a retest. GJ, this trade is done for the sell scalps, but we're watching for a potential retest or more entries for a possible another sell scalp to take after this pullback. GU is reacting at this price sensitivity area we already had labeled out. EU, nothing significant we didn't take there. Now we're watching also US30 on this new hourly for signs of exhaustion, possible another scalp down. We still want to target at least 29 850 area. Came pretty close. We're only 20 points away, sadly, but then that new hourly candle gave that pullback, but we were expecting that pullback anyways. Don't forget about your economic events that you have through New York session and pre New York hours. Don't forget about the key fundamental points that yes, markets were still very optimistic, but we just took advantage of some of the exhaustion intraday and as scalpers for that pullback phase and that corrective phase. Your mental reminder so you don't crash your account. Give that little seizure early in the morning. Stream reminders if you want to get in contact, any information. I'll just be right back. If you guys enjoy the content, make sure to send a like, subscribe, share the stream around with everybody you know, and I'll do it more often as well. Right now, I've only been doing it once or twice a week, but we can see how it develops. I'll be right back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Just going to fill my water bottle and get a snack. Okay. What do we got going on here? Gold. Oh man, gold is one pip off from like a pullback to 1812, but we should still get that pullback for our buys as we've been playing those intraday corrective buys on gold after having such impulsive sell-offs. Just playing the like 100 pip range on the intraday and playing the corrective pullback phase of the market. GJ is reacting exactly and pulling back on the new hourly to that order block after having a strong rejection at 0.200, our TP point for the sell scalps that we took. So I want to start watching the price action that develops at this retest of this order block area, as well as the retest of that broken bullish structure to see if we get signs of exhaustion to take those sells right back down. Headlines here to the left, nothing too crazy. We haven't had any economic data reports. I'm feeling pretty nice. And I want to keep myself busy as well. And because we're coming towards the end of the week, and because I usually do 2 streams a week, but I missed it this week because of course, those family issues, that if we get 500 likes, we'll do another stream tonight, Friday, London session as well. Because after that, the private channel is going to be closed off as well for sign up. So nobody's going to be able to sign up in the private channel for at least a couple of months. And then the streams will just be a regular 1 to 2 times a week. So we're still going to be streaming. No rush. We're still going to be streaming for like this session for like the next hour and a half anyways. US30 retesting that broken structure in previous 1 minute lows, still failing to break above. It's just the new hourly doing that pullback. GU came right back to revisit the same 1 minute lows we initially took. We're looking for that pullback point for sells that people are executing on based on short-term US dollar strength, short-term Japanese yen strength. Very nice rejection at the order block, but you can see we are forming an order block right here again. So we need more signs of rejection and then similar break to the downside, and we could take that sell scalp back down. Chat Green, short everything USA, short US. What's wrong with this guy? Relax, bro. Take it easy, dude. Nah, bro. Why are you typing in all caps? Fuck, another Neanderthal showed up. Bro, go back to your cave. How the fuck do you have a computer in your cave? First, focus on learning how fire works. No cave. This guy. I don't ban anybody. It's funny. People are funny. You know what I mean? I'm no cave. I'm live. This guy's intense, yo. Why are you in all caps? Yeah, Bitcoin. The Bitcoin. That Bitcoin dropped to like what's it at? 16K right now. Let's see if Christine Lagarde gives some more. I would like a pullback to retest these previous highs intraday on Euro USD and then continued US dollar weakness as well as any optimism from the ECB monetary statement. But let's see how that goes. That's not for another 2 hours, 3 hours. What indicator are you using? Yes, we do, Sasha. Damn, BTC 16.6. I personally don't trade Bitcoin. Yeah, bro, we know the FTSE's like tanking. Bro, we know, man. We got this up. Like, bro, we see it. Like, U.S. equity is pretty chilling right now. Like, we're trying to short it, but like the way you're talking in caps is like the whole market's crashing. You know what I mean? Like global stock market is looking pretty fucking bullish to me. I don't know what chart. I don't know what fucking charts this man's looking at. I don't know what fucking charts this man's looking at. Fam, Bitcoin, you guys have to understand the volumes and liquidity in Bitcoin is is controlled by a few hands, right? There's a lot of pump and dumps that happen in Bitcoin. That this major pullback you're seeing where it got close to the 20K level, where you've seen a pullback on Bitcoin again from this price point, is just people cashing the fuck out because there's so many late buyers jumping in. The smart people cash out. So the people who shorted at 19K, that's great. But that reaction, that pullback, is the people who are in from fucking 3K, 5K, 10K, they're cashing out. And then all the other idiots, the people who are fucking were because now everybody, their mom, dad, their grandma, everybody's a crypto wizard all of a sudden. All of a sudden XRP, Ethereum, fucking Bitcoin go bullish, and all these fucking gremlins, all these crypto gremlins came out of their sewers, and now all of a sudden they're fucking Warren Buffets, and they're all crypto wizards. You know what I mean? So you know what that does? You have all this social media attention around crypto. You have all this. You have this huge wave around crypto, and then what happens when you have a lot of attention and a big wave around something, a lot of popularity around it? All the masses jump in. All the retard masses jump in. The 99% go, oh, I'll go buy a Bitcoin. Maybe I can make some money. And then you get all these other retards jump in. The regular people, they jump in, right? They start to buy it, and guess what? The smart money, the few hands that control the liquidity, they cash out and they short it, and then all those retards get flooded out. It's the same thing. Like, remember when oil was dropping down because there was a heavy impact on the supply and demand. There was no demand for oil because the world was locked down, and there's a heavy over storage and oversupply. And remember when oil was dropping and it came down to $1, everybody fucking wanted to buy oil. Everybody's mom, dad, grandma, cousin messaging about buying oil. You guys remember that? Everybody was talking about it. It was on the news. More, like, even people who weren't trading were talking about, holy shit, oil's at $1. We should buy oil. What the fuck happened? What happened? What happened when as soon as it became mainstream and the masses found out and everybody jumped in and started buying oil, it went fucking negative. Everybody tried to jump in at $1, said there's no way it can go to zero. People are jumping in at $10, $5, $1 a barrel. The masses. I had family members who never fucking trade saying who know I trade saying, Jeeve, can you buy oil for me? I fucking go to the gas station. I'm not buying you shit in the markets with fucking crude oil, right? So when oil fucking was hitting those low points and everyone's like, oh shit, like let's buy oil. People started buying like oil stocks. People started buying oil spot. People started investing in oil, and that shit went to -40. History was made. History was made. It went to -40. The futures contracts because there was nowhere to store it. Nobody wanted to store it. There was no way to make money on it. There's nobody wanted to buy oil. The demand was super low. Billions of cars were off the road. Thousands of different industries and factories were shut down. This is the same thing now with crypto, with fucking Bitcoin. Bitcoin all of a sudden had this massive upside bullish run, right? Fueled by a lot of hype, fueled by that few hands of liquidity that control the market. And now when it's hitting 19k, 20k, and you guys have seen it more in mainstream, you're seeing it on social media, you see it more on YouTube. Everybody posted about, oh, XRP, I'm so rich. Bitcoin, I'm so rich. Ethereum, ripping it, right? When the masses find out what happened now at this high price point, the same historical price point that Bitcoin has dropped at before, it fucking dropped. The smart motherfuckers who were in ahead, they cashed out. They're closing positions. They're probably even shorting it. And everybody else, the randoms, like the 99% who's not smart, who doesn't know what the fuck's going on, they're just trying to follow the wave. They're just trying to follow mainstream media and shit. They jump in, they get fucked. Right? So this downside move on crypto or on Bitcoin, it's not something fucking. The upside move isn't something mind blowing or mind blasting. It's not anything crazy. You know what I mean? Gold, gold dropped 1,000 pips in one day, $100 an ounce in one day. That was way more intense and crazy than any fucking Bitcoin move I've seen. You know what I mean? And there's way more liquidity in gold, way more volume and liquidity and actual money being made, like in gold, for example, still to this day. There's probably way more money being made still in of course, in the equity markets, oil markets, gold markets. Like crypto, even though Bitcoin is at a high value, right? Like it went up to 19k. People can invest in it and make money on it. There's still way less in the overall market cap or the market size compared to something fucking long standing like gold or oil, which have been running for like century. Right? Let's see how gold comes to react at 1812, where we had this initial impulsive move. This guy, you just turn your caps lock off, bro. It feels like you're yelling at everybody, and it's just a chat, you know? So aggressive. Thank you, Jack. Man turned his caps lock off. He's chilling. Now, if you send all your same messages if you send all your same messages you just said, right, Jack, in one singular message, not without your caps lock on, you would have looked like a normal human being saying some logical shit about you're shorting this, you want to short that. You know what I mean? But when you came spamming in caps, you just coming across as a Neanderthal. You actually said some like reasonable shit. You didn't. It's not like you said something crazy or trolling. You said some reasonable stuff, but like very aggressive. So this guy said it's my turn now. You placed a sell at 1812, Ming, and you've been holding this. Did I read that right? You placed a sell here when we were looking for buys here on gold. Why did you do that to yourself? And it was a roller coaster? Yeah, that probably was a roller coaster. You were fucking 60 pips in drawdown. Yeah, volume and volatility slower for a couple of reasons. One, there's a lot of fundamental indecision at play, and a lot of the news that caused high volatility, like the vaccine initial Pfizer news and stuff like that, has been priced in. Now we've just been watching vaccine talks progress. Two, because of the U.S. Thanksgiving, North American markets, overall that volume slowed down too. And three, because we're coming towards the end of the month as well. That whole combination of events. You didn't find. So Ming, you came on this stream, right? You saw what we were talking about on gold. You saw that gold's in this corrective structure and lower time frame bullish structure. You saw that we said there'd only be safe sells below 1803, right? Then we said we're looking for buys above 1812, right? We're looking for buys to respect this corrective bullish structure for gold to do. Because remember, this is a very strong sell-off and the market moves in waves, and at these low points you have sellers closing off positions and buyers jumping in accordingly to give that pullback and corrective phase to create another lower high to possibly continue down. Right, the market doesn't just continuously drop or continuously go up unless there's massive fundamental reasoning behind it. But after that, those following vaccine talks and good U.S. PMI data were priced in, you had this impulsive move and new lows created. Sellers closing this position. You come into this corrective phase of the market where you're either going to consolidate or have a pullback. Right? As volumes and volatility have been slowing down, we identified this pullback and corrective phase is still being respected. So we had a mass sell-off due to the vaccine, waving off safe haven appeal. But now, in the last period of since like a couple of days, gold has been in this corrective phase after the impulsive sell. We're failing to break a historical price point, and we've been respecting this minor bullish market structure. So we were looking for that pullback and then a breakout of 1812 for buys. So you were here, and you're telling me when gold came here, you took sells with no stop loss, and then you just bam, you just dealt with this. That's stress. That's a lot of stress. You know what that does? That creates a lot of stress. It creates a lot of anxiety. It causes you to burn a lot of mental energy that you're not even aware. When you're stressed, when you're watching the charts and you're very like you're too aggressive, you're too energetic in a sense, or you have a lot. You're very anxious. You're very unsure. You have anxiety. You're stressed out. This that people don't realize is absolutely burning away your mental energy. It's burning away your energy, your fuel. So you're going to start to make a lot worse decisions. You're going to lose the logical decision making process, and you're going to start trading based on emotions and trading based on those negative emotions you're feeling. Where usually those anxiety feelings, that aggression, that wasted energy is going to lead you into over leveraging, over trading, not having a straight bias, shifting bias back and forth. 1 minute it sells, 1 hour later it's buys, etc., etc. Right? So you guys have to be very, very self-aware of how you use your energy. Staring at the charts for periods of hours is very mentally draining. So if you can try to be as calm and collected as possible, you're reserving your energy for when you need it, when you're focusing on when it's time to execute. And ways to reserve your energy and stay calm and collected while trading is to have a trading plan, understand when you trade, why you trade, how you trade, and do analysis before you're even starting to trade. When you do analysis and you create potential trade ideas for yourself ahead of time, you already know what you are looking for and why you're looking for it. So when the time comes, you're just starting to watch price action at that potential area of interest where you're trying to buy or sell for whatever XYZ reason, right? But other than that, if you have no planning, if you have no trade plan, if you have no analysis, you're just looking at the charts, fucking thinking everything looks good for a buy or sell or this. You know what I mean? That lack of planning, that lack of understanding and knowledge is going to lead to a lot of stress. It's going to lead to a lot of just wasted energy. And when you are tired, when you are not focused, when you are distracted, you will 1000% make poor decisions in your trading and lose. We're all human. We're all emotional beings. We all deal with these emotions. We've all been through the same shit, but you have to be self-aware enough to understand it and accept it and say, I want to do something better. I want to change my habits. I want to change how I behave so I can become profitable in the markets long term. Because at the end of the day, the technicals are easy as fuck. The fundamentals are easy as fuck. It's just learning. It's just learning. It's just experience. It's just trial and error. It's very easy to learn how to read price action, how to look at market structure, how to do analysis. That's something that probably won't even take you a year. It's very easy to learn the basic core principles of fundamentals of economics, right? Understanding interest rates, inflation, economic data, GDP, how central banks work, how the market works, buyers and sellers. It's very easy. It's very easy to learn these things if you put the effort in, right? The hardest part is the emotional control. The hardest part is changing our already preset bad behavior, where a lot of our preset bad behavior comes from the system we are born into, where everything is given to us in convenience, everything is easy, everything is pointed towards giving you a quick dopamine hit so you can pay for something. Because at the end of the day, all we are, as sad as it sounds, is livestock. We're just farm animals. You get put into a school system to get into a job. Like I've talked about this so many times. And then you start working, you pay taxes, you pay income tax, you pay sales tax, you pay for everything you eat, you pay for everything you wear, you pay for your property tax, you got to pay for your fucking, you pay for everything. And you're constantly putting money into the pocket of the 1%, whether it's in the food industry when you go to eat, whether it's the clothes you put on your back, vehicles, oil. It doesn't fucking matter. The money's going to the same 1% that controls the whole world pretty much. I don't care who the fuck it is, Illuminati. I don't care if it's some fucking people have these conspiracies. That's just a monetary economic fact that a small percent controls and dictates the money flow in the entire world. That's just fact. That is the privatized central banking system, and whoever's behind that, we don't know, but that is 100% fact. All right? people are constantly told people are constantly told their value. People are constantly told their worth based on how much you earn or based on what you go through in school and all that. And all it does is create workers. It creates these farm animals for productivity. Even certain farm animals are given freedoms so they can be more productive. A cow gets more space, but he's still in his fucking area where he's eating grass. A pig might get to roll around in the mud because he enjoys that a bit. He's still gonna get fucking slaughtered later on for food. They just let him roll around in the mud so he got a little fatter, he ate more. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, some people have a bit more money than others, but we're all still slaves to this system. Some people just got a nicer looking jail cell than some other people got. But we're all in this invisible jail. Exactly. So you have to understand that when you understand this and you understand that that type of conditioning on the human brain and that system has been running for over 100 years, you have to understand that if you want something greater than that, if you want something more out of trading, out of fitness, out of a business, out of whatever your interest or passion is, it's going to take extreme discipline and a lot of repetition of performing, of doing the right things to break out of those bad habits that we've been conditioned for so long. The reason the 99% lose in trading is the same reason the 99% lose in everything in life. It's because they want everything easy, they want everything fast, they don't want any struggle, they don't want to deal with any difficulty. But it's the same in every industry, you know what I mean? We have Asian session close in 11 minutes, new 4-hour candles as well. But yeah, the point of the story is, and the point of the reality is, that if you want some freedom for yourself, you're gonna have to make money in our world. The only thing that can really buy back your freedom in our world is having that financial freedom. And if you want to be a bit less stressful, if you want to have the freedom and time to induce the things you want with your family and friends, you're going to have to make money somehow. And if you really want to make that level of money, I'm not there yet. A lot of you guys aren't there yet. And it's going to take a lot of time and effort. It's going to take extreme discipline, repetition, and effort, and going against the grain to really achieve that long term, you know? So for everybody who's so fucking retarded and like they just think shit's gonna happen overnight, or they just want to do shit like they quit things after a month, or they, you know what I mean, like they put no effort into things, even though we all have these beautiful brains that we could all use to do anything we want, we can learn anything we want, right? Some people just learn things at a different pace than others, and some people learn it through a different way than others, but we all have brains where you can learn every single thing you want, right? And people choose to ignore that and just live in this fucking dazed out zombie world. But it's fucked up, you know? Our world's fucked up. You don't own the farm, A Rod. Do you own the farm? No, you don't. If you own the farm, then maybe you're gonna think differently than how everybody else thinks. Yeah, markets are just entering a bit of a range now. We had another nice sell play at this rejection from the uh, uh, retest of bullish structure, but it's coming back to retest there again, and the new 4-hour candle might give a deeper pullback to 29.55 again. So best to stay out of the US30 scalp. GJ, similar idea. It's slowly making its way down and creeping down. Nice rejections at the retest of that order block and a broken bullish structure. But again, with the Asian session close, we might get a deeper pullback on the new 4-hour candle. Gold, we're waiting for the pullback to 1812. Bro, you put your caps lock back on? Like, fucking take the caps lock key off, throw it out of your window, bro. Why would you turn it back on? You were doing so good, man. I thought you were really maturing in the 15 minutes we known each other. I thought you were really starting to grow up, you know? But no. Euro USD doing that pullback we expected. I'm in a tent outside McDonald's. That's pretty funny. I'm in a tent. Oh. Oh. There's no Asian session open. This Asian session closed. All the Asian markets closed. You have to understand. There's the markets, like all the Asian countries do not open and close at the exact same time. Just like in Europe, right? You have a like Germany's 1 hour ahead. I think it goes Japan first, China, then Korea, or is it Korea first? Korea, Japan, China. Obviously, India is in there too. Yeah, we discussed a lot. We discussed fundamental and technical points, investor behavior, market sentiment. We analyzed headlines real time, seeing that some of the the financial speakers from the UK, as well as Germany's Merkel, were giving some negativity towards coronavirus cases still being too high and uncertainty around it. And we adjusted to the shift in market structure and price action and adapted to the GJ sells down to 0.200. Perfect time of when to close to, and then expect that pullback, which is happening now. Other than that, there wasn't any economic data or anything overnight. It's just the US Thanksgiving, of course, and the ECB monetary statement at 6:30 a.m. Eastern and 7:30 a.m. Eastern. No problem, handbook. Markets are still very optimistic in the higher time frames regarding all of the vaccine talks we've seen over the last week or two, right? But we were, of course, seeing volumes of volatility slow down in that exhaustion on price action. So we adapted to that shift in the lower time frame price action and market structure. What are you guys saying? How old am I? 26. Brexit headlines right now. Foreign. Oh, what do you know? Foreign minister says we are running out of time. Foreign minister says that outstanding issues are proving very difficult. So we got some negative Brexit headlines as well. So that should further support continuing to respect this bearish structure through New York and continue down. Fuck, he said running out of time. Yeah, he did. New 4 hour candles in 5 minutes. Let's see how the 4 hour candles open and set up. We might be able to get another scalp trade by pre New York hours, like 6 a.m. How many likes we get? Somebody said. Oh, 350. Yeah, we're only doing the Friday stream if it's 500. Sorry, yo. I gotta get some rest. You know, we're busy. We're busy in the private chat, but at least you guys got to make some money when we do these streams. So personally, just because I'm usually chilling in my room anyways, and especially during the lockdowns, and even with my previous career, I was starting to work from home. Like I just quit my career, like a financial tech job in March. But so I'm usually around the charts a lot, like a lot of hours to be honest. Someone said I look like you, Mar M. I look like you. Send a picture of yourself. Let's see what you look like. Send it on. Send it on. Send it on Telegram. See those negative Brexit headlines? Giving us that. Did anybody take these retest cells though on GJ? That's gonna go right back down before the new 4 hour. That's like a good 12 pips. Yeah, good idea to stay out anyways. 4 hour candle will give us a pullback. But if you did take it, you got like an extra 10 pips. But 4 hour candles in 3 minutes anyways. Because the Asia session closed in 3 minutes, and the new 4 hour candle should get a pullback anyways. You entered on gold at 18.15. Would you enter? Why would you enter here? What's wrong with you guys? One person taking sells over here, one person taking buys over here. What do you guys like? What's your guys trade confirms? Stop loss is dependent on like market structure points of where your trade would be invalid. But if you guys want more information, go to Capital Hungry, go to the YouTube page. Look at this. Look at this shit. You got psychology webinars. You have a whole scalping series. Scalping 101 part 1, part 2, part 3 and 4 up here as well. You have these previous live streams. Almost like 12 of them right now. You have these full breakdown videos, higher time frame analysis on these pairs. Even if it's older, you can still see like how useful they are. Yes, Hassan. Even if the 4 hour does come to point 500 and fails to break, just to give that deeper pullback for the new 4 hour candle pre New York hours. Yeah, still looking pretty bearish below 0.500 GJ. It might not. I don't think it might. I don't think it'll go that deep personally. It might just go back to this order block, which I'll show you in a second. But yeah, you guys should watch all these. If you guys want more information, you guys want to learn more, watch all these. It's free. All you people say you want to be traders, you want to learn more, but don't even put the effort in. And then the Capital Hungry Twitter, which posts headlines throughout the day and night. Not as many headlines, of course, as the news terminal, which is just for the private members. And then the Capital Hungry free Telegram analysis chat. If you want to learn how the Capital Hungry private channel works, you can watch this introduction video. Welcome to the Capital Hungry intro. I'll send that after to the fucking Telegram analysis chat. But yeah. The 4 hour on GJ, I was looking at if we get a retest of this order block area again. The private channel is closing on Friday, like closing after this weekend. After this weekend, nobody will be able to sign up for the private channel. Because then we don't want too many members, you know? I do not have Instagram anymore. I just have that Twitter, Telegram. Too much social media is extremely toxic for your life. Unless you like being milked. He took the sell here or he took it up here? If he took it up here, that's not a bad sell. It's just that this is the new 4 hour candle right now. So see how it's doing that pullback? Let's take a look at how the 4 hours looking. So nice and bearish after these rejections, of course, at this exact same previous price point. We do have a intraday support at 139.200, but as long as this candle stays below 0.400, 0.500, we're looking to take the sells down to 0.200. And if we break below 0.200, we can easily start to extend that sell play, possibly even see a repeat of price action and market structure we saw happen here. Unless you guys held runners from here or here, then you're just letting those runners go. GU, these cells are still active that we adapted to for the deeper pullback. You got the retest that same point as well. But to extend those cells, you need a break of these 1 minute lows. But because volume and volatility was slower, whenever volume and volatility is slower, it takes a lot it's a lot harder to break through minor zones and minor areas of price sensitivity. But when you have fundamental catalysts in your favor and a lot of when you have fundamental catalysts in your favor and a lot of one-sided volatility, then these minor zones in the lower time frames get like broken through a lot easier. You know what I mean? And you go And during those times of high volume and volatility, you go more towards directly to like the higher time frame levels. Is what I've noticed, and you break through the lower time frame areas like butter. Markets are moving like it's Asian session, yeah, because of American Thanksgiving, end of the month. We could like if I do a stream tonight, the volume and volatility is probably going to be slower, anyways. I know tomorrow even North American markets are closing earlier tomorrow as well, but that's only with 500 likes. Sorry. For anybody else, you can just watch the all the videos over the weekend. Do your homework. Watch all the capital hungry YouTube videos, and increase the size of your brain. You started watching the YouTube videos and it's helping you. No problem. No problem. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, if you're looking to trade euro, just be cautious of the ECB monetary statement at 6:30 a.m. Eastern. You can watch if you're in the private channel. Obviously, just keep an eye on the headlines, and then if you're not on the private channel, you might get a couple of headlines on the Twitter. We're gonna keep going for like the next hour or so. I just want to see how it sets up for pre New York. Looks like we're gonna revisit 0.200 right now coming up. US30 still good too if you're holding these sells. If we break below these previous candle bodies, we'll get that 50-point range we were looking for, down to 29,850. Who are we talking to, Monica? Me? Or someone in the chat? Jeff? US30 ain't selling off USA? I don't know what that means. If anybody took these secondary entries on GJ, almost 20 pips again. Or if you just held your runners. You caught it, yeah? Good shit, good shit. Good job, good job. It's reacting right at the previous lows. If it breaks below 0.200, you can extend the trade for sure. I personally don't use sell stop entries. I just enter manually. I wasn't talking about anything here. Sorry, I was just saying somebody else said 0.300, but I would have entered manually here. I just didn't trade this week. Wasn't in the right mental mind state with like the oh, with the passing in the family. So I was like, fuck it. It's best for me not to trade. And because Vantage is leaving, like stopping supporting Canadian clients in the next like 2-3 days, anyways. So my next 2 weeks, I'm just gonna be testing out different brokers. With Vantage, it's usually been very good whenever I've taken manual entries. So I don't really have any worries about that, but that's why I'm gonna be testing brokers anyways. I'll just put like $1,000 into a few different brokers and see how it feels with them, how their customer support is. This is what happens, Jeff, bro, or Jeff. Am I from Toronto? Yeah, I'm from the GTA area, Canada. This was a great trade. If you took from 0.500 was a great trade. The pullback we expected at 4 a.m. Eastern literally did exactly what we expected. Retested that order block in bullish structure, failed to break to the downside. This was a great scalp as well. Crypto crash because of FOMC bond buying. First of all, Ravi, I don't know what the fuck you're saying because that sentence doesn't make any sense. Tell me what the FOMC is. Tell me the definition of the FOMC. Why do I talk bad about trading with Paul? Because he's fucking trash. He's a fake ass. He's a fake ass FTMO demo trader. Just copies Rakeel. Dog shit. Doesn't know anything. And he's just trying to ride this whole mentorship wave and riding Rakeel's dick selling magic keys. But overall, he's fucking trash. If anybody listens to Paul or follows Paul, you're probably just as trash. Yeah, it's the Federal Open Market Committee. They have nothing to like that, like bond buying programs, all that shit goes on 24/7. Like that's not like when the feds are set when the feds are buying government bonds, that's constantly going on every day, every week. And crypto didn't crash. The reason crypto pulled back is because people cashed out their positions. It's not like there's no rocket science behind it. The pullback and crash is correlated to the upside move it had a very strong upside bullish run, and people cashed out. Then you had a strong pullback or a correction, right? It's not like a fucking has nothing to do with the feds buying bonds. Man really wanted to come in sounding smart about some shit and no fucking clue what it means. Damn, you almost doubled your money, Sonny. That was solid. So see this, see no. Remember what I was telling you guys, about what we would need for potential signs. Who was paying attention when we were breaking down what we would need for GJ buys, or start to see potential signs of exhaustion. Remember, so now we had this low created around 0.200, the new 4 hour candle. We had that pullback and rejection, but we're starting to react at this low. So if we fail to break these lows, that's the first signs of sellers exhaustion. Then if we come above this order block area and above the bearish market structure, this shows us more buyers momentum and the potential for that higher time frame trend on GJ still being pretty bullish to continue back up. But we would not be able to take safe buys unless we get that chain of events and first identify sellers exhaustion, then identify a shift in momentum and buyers control breaking above this order block. We've seen multiple rejections here, and and then breaking also above this minor bear structure hand in hand. But those sell plays ran well. We're reacting right at those previous candle body lows, which makes sense as volume and volatility is a lot slower. Gold has just been starting to slow down overnight. US30, nothing significant yet, but those sells are still active. Paul would not fucking break my jaw on purpose in person, man. Just because someone takes steroids doesn't mean they know how to fight. I'm probably bigger than Paul, to be honest. Without steroids, guy's soft as fuck. You guys think I'm like some 5'5", like 100 pounds or something? Like, Paul doesn't respect anybody. He just says that shit for face value. You guy's a dickhead. Man said he'd break your jaw in person. This soft ass steroid user, yo. Psst. Relax. Yeah, this fucking man who just fucking goes to the gym, uses steroids. Like, if you guys think Matt could beat up Paul, if you, that means I could beat up 10 Pauls. No, we're just fucking around, man. Volume and volatility slow as shit now. You guys don't understand how insecure Paul is. He would never actually meet me in person. Like, you guys gotta be realistic here. This fucking little weirdo from Wisconsin. This guy fucking used and abused fucking Rakeel. He used Capital Hungry. He just used us all for clout. He was even in Capital Hungry. He didn't put time and effort into learning shit or ever trading live or ever making any money trading his own money. He only ever traded demo and then went straight to FTMO mentorship. And on FTMO he doesn't even fucking trade live. So this guy's mentoring other people will never once showed he's trade live. Never once. Like you guys can go to like this chat has been running for like a year. You guys can go through that chat for like 2 years and see trades, see withdrawals, see analysis, see development, and this was all free. All he did was start streaming for Rakeel Asian session, and was just supposed to do Zoom sessions, and instead because he's a fucking wiener, because he can never actually learn to trade himself, he went to just try to start like doing streaming and mentoring, even though he's never traded live, never traded shit. That's just disrespectful to actual traders. And now people pay him to like analyze a chart or to fucking learn from him. When what the fuck does he even know? Nothing. Just regurgitates what fucking Rakeel says. So yeah, that's some fucking that's some very disrespectful shit. Gold coming to 1812, but with how the US dollar got some strength, looks like we're gonna get that deeper pullback here. But let's watch the reaction first. We might get this deeper pullback, but let's watch this new 4 hour candle and price action. So yeah, nobody hurt my fucking ego, but disrespect is disrespect, guys. And now all he does is fucking advertise FTMO, advertise fucking magic keys. He doesn't even trade live. He's never even traded. He's never traded his own money ever. And you got other people paying him and listening to him and all this shit. He's never shown him that. Like he's never shown shit. He just wrote off Rakil's back, and then that was it. But you have to understand that the people who believe him and pay him and shit are like just as retarded. They're just very uneducated and very unaware. Whether they want to realize that or not, that's something they're gonna find out through their own trading journey 2 years down the road when they go, why the fuck did I waste so much time paying this guy or listening to this guy? And then they're gonna realize that. But people who don't understand that get mad at me now for saying it because like I know I that's exactly what's gonna happen. I've seen it a million times. So people get mad when I say this guy's a fucking retard. Why the fuck is he like, you know what I mean? Taking donations to analyze a chart. Why do you have like this higher standards mentorship shit? Like at least in Capital Hungry, there's fucking tools and resources. You get the news bot, you get price alerts, you get analysis weekly, you get fucking webinars. We actually, you know what I mean? This guy just has his mentorship is what people pay him to be in a group chat, and then he streams Asian session every day on YouTube anyways. So the people who pay him are just in that Zoom chat. That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful to the people who are paying you. What are they getting? He doesn't have any educational webinars. That's another thing in Capital Hungry. You know what I mean? At least you fucking get content. At least there's like a 2-3 years worth of back testing behind the stuff. Like when you join Capital Hungry, you get access to like 50 plus educational webinars. And that's not just to say like, oh, this is so great, all this stuff. It's just to show that like at least you there's value there. At least there's information there. You get something when you first join, then you get access to different tools like the newsroom, you get access to price alerts, you get access to weekly analysis, the stream, like the trading sessions we do in the private chat, market update webinars, right? But for him to never trade live, to only trade FTMO demo, to never backtest or study anything himself, to then just take Rakil's clout just because he sells magic keys, to fucking have a mentorship where in the mentorship there's nothing offered and you're still making like you're doing webinars on how to journal or how to fuck or how a trend works, and then you post and then all the shit's on YouTube anyways. He's streaming on YouTube's Asian session every day. All the people who pay him who are so fucking retarded get is sitting in a Zoom chat. There's no content. There's nothing there. So yeah, I find that extremely disrespectful. That's why I don't like that. You know what I mean? And he's a scumbag. He tries to do stupid little shit to like get attention and shit like fucking point system on his stream now where you have to like donate money for him to analyze a chart. Who the fuck are you where somebody should be paying you to analyze their chart? Are you a fucking financial analyst? Did you fucking work in a bank? Are you fucking even a not even a live trader? You fucking been not even trading for a year. He even made a gold video about a gold trade, a gold 85% win rate strategy when he's never even taken a trade. He's never even taken a fucking gold trade. He took one gold trade before. and you're posting clickbait shit like, oh, 85% gold win rate strategy, you know? But right now, it looks like gold is breaking below 1812 for now, so we're going to get that deeper pullback. GJ as well, we're getting some exhaustion and rejection at 139.200 psychological price level and previous lows created by sellers. So we see that we had this initial sell play, which ran great, this sell play as well, but you had no validation to extend these sells unless we break below these lows and come below 0.200 psychological price level. We might start to get that shift in momentum and structure if we validate that seller's exhaustion and come above this order block area, right? So we're just keeping an eye on that. But this sell scalp overnight for 15 to 30 pips played out great. GU sell scalp played out well. US30 didn't go the full 50 points, ran about 40 points. He's Paul's just he's just making like a cult following, and the people who follow him are like just as retarded. They're just as stupid. That's just a sad thing, and it's not their fault. They're just unaware and uneducated. You know what I mean? The guy can't even fucking, like, I don't know. He's just fucking retarded. I don't know how people understand that. But that's why, like, you have to understand, he's been streaming every single day for a year now, still never shown anything live, still never shown a single withdrawal, right? And he fucking still he stopped they actually stopped trading Asian now, but these guys were getting stopped out. Who actually used to watch his streams? These guys would get stopped out every single Asian Open during the same fucking thing. The same pullback would fucking wick them out, and then the market would move. And they never learned a thing. Because you know why? Because they didn't care. He doesn't care about learning anything or actually getting better. He just wants some views. He just wants that attention, that little circle. Hassan, bro, how many times they take an entry and then Asian Open liquidity grab wicks them out? How many times, bro, you watch? Seen that happen? Come on, be real. FOMC, FOMC. First of all, Ravi, FOMC's meeting minutes. The first thing about those meeting minutes is that they reflect last month's FOMC meeting. So no, this FOMC meeting minutes was not the reason that Bitcoin did a pullback. That FOMC meeting minutes summarizes every previous month. See this, Ravi? The FOMC holds 8 regular scheduled meetings a year. The minutes of regular scheduled meetings are released 3 weeks after the date of the policy decision. So the meeting minutes report that gets released to the public is just a summary of what they already said during their policy decision 3 weeks to a month prior. This is the Federal Reserve website. So that FOMC meeting minutes report you are reading is from a policy decision and meeting of the Feds from 3 weeks ago. That's why usually those FOMC meeting minute releases do not have as much market impact, because it's already priced in information. It's just something that investors are aware of, because sometimes there can be changes made in those reports from what was said. All right. Paul wants to break my jaw. Paul would not be able to touch me. Maybe I should stream Asian. Maybe nobody should scalp or trade Asian session if you guys are fucking smart. If you want to be traders and your lifestyle doesn't allow you to trade London or New York, don't fucking trade that. Sorry, you got to make some sacrifices. Not everything's going to work around your lifestyle and schedule. You got to make some sacrifices and understand that if you're going to scalp or intraday trade, London and New York got the best volumes. Those are the best conditions to trade. Why would you say, oh, I want to be a trader, but because of X, Y, and Z, I should only trade Asian session? The only reason Paul streams Asian session is because one, he can't stream New York because Rakeel does. Two, he word for word said himself he doesn't want to trade London because it impacts his sleeping, and because Monty was streaming London session. He knows he wouldn't have got any views because you already have Monty streaming it too. Do you know why I stream London session? Even though Monty's streaming it, even though Seed's streaming it, even though Todd Capital's streaming it. Do you know why I started streaming London session? Because I fucking trade London session. I don't give a fuck who's streaming it or if I'm gonna get less views than the other streamer or more views. I'm streaming London session because that's the time I trade. It's not fucking. It's not. There's no rocket science behind it. It's not. It's not so I can have a better streaming schedule or some shit. Because that's the optimal time to trade is those pre-London hours till New York. For that, like if you're trading London, Ravi, man, like I just pulled up the federal. Like, why are you fighting me, Ravi? Just because I called you out on the stupid shit you said that made no sense about FOMC impacting Bitcoin, and even though I showed you the Federal Reserve website that the FOMC meeting minute reports are at least 3 weeks after, you still want to fight me. Like why, bro? Just admit you're wrong and shut the fuck up. Say I learned something today, and then be a better person in the future. New 30-minute candle here. Like I even try to help the guy out. I searched up the Federal Reserve website for you just because when I gave the definition, I was like, there's a high probability he's gonna think I'm talking shit. So I went to the federalreserve.gov website for you. Looks like we didn't get as deep of a pullback, but this I want to see if this 30-minute made a lower wick yet. It does have a little bit of a lower wick, and we did retest these previous candle body highs. So if we could get a 1 minute above 1 minute retest at 1912 area where we're pretty much sitting at, or create a minor support, we can take those buys up, but we would have to get a breakout of this minor corrective bearish market structure to extend those buys. All right. So we need something like this. You should only trade maybe one or two pairs. Just because I watch GJGU, you have to understand. I got high IQ. All right. I learned very early on, not very early on, but through actual study of the markets and backtesting, I learned that a lot of these pairs move the fucking same if they're a risk currency versus safe haven. Like GJ and GU, if the market sentiment is if the market sentiment is one-sided fear or one-sided optimism, it's going to move very similar because you have a risk currency against a safe haven currency, whether it's GBPCHF, GBPUSD, or GBPJPY. Doesn't fucking matter unless you have something in real time fundamental headlines that's impacting that individual currency. The market's just going to run based on sentiment and investor behavior and the weakness in safe haven currencies or strength in them, vice versa with the risk currencies, right? So like when you see something like GJ and it's reacting like here, GU is doing the exact same shit because both the US dollar and the Japanese yen are safe haven currencies. If you really want to get rid of the lines and just look at the lower time frame, you can barely tell what the difference is. I could even, right? The capital hungry mentorship. There's no mentorship. It's just a service, analysis service, educational webinars, Zoom sessions, trading sessions, key level alerts. A lot of shit actually, but it's closing up this week, so nobody's gonna be able to join for the next week or two. The stream might just be delayed like 4 seconds. The YouTube stream might be delayed a couple seconds. GJ, nice exhaustion at these 0.200 lows. We might be able to get some buy scalps if we do break above the order block. Otherwise, I don't want to play in this range we're starting to develop pre-New York. Shut up, you were hating earlier. I've been training for 3 years now. If anybody wants to join, you have until this weekend to join. But after that, the signups will be closed because we don't like to have too many members in there, especially new people don't really pay much attention. Do I teach one-on-one? No, I don't do that shit. There's enough in capital hungry where like I don't need to teach one-on-one. I would say the same shit that I'm saying in these streams or that I say in the private Zoom sessions to 100 people that I would say to the one person. So I don't see the point of the one-on-ones, if that makes sense. It's not like I would change anything I would say or explain differently to one person versus 100 or versus 500. No, I don't take any money to account manage. I don't take any like money randomly to do like a webinar for just a 1 hour. Like I don't do any of that stuff. It's just you either join Capital Hungry or you don't. You know what I mean? And the thing about Capital Hungry is it goes by a 30-day pay period. P period. I'm getting tired. It goes by a 30-day pay period. So worst case, you pay $100 for the 30 days. Most members make their money back like during our Zoom sessions after they watch the educational webinars. First thing you do when you join is you get your access and you watch the educational webinars. That's the first thing you do. After that, when you start coming in the trading sessions, a lot of members make their feedback over the 30-day period. If they keep their money based on their own emotional control, that's something I can't control. I try my best to give as many mentor reminders as possible, but you know what I mean? And if you don't like it after the 30-day period, worst case, you probably made your money back through one of the Zoom sessions. A lot of people overtrade afterwards. Fucking still do stupid shit like that. That's why I have some like automated mentor reminders. But when people enter that stupid state, it's um it's hard for them to get out of until they crash their account. But yeah, if people don't like it after 1 month, worst case you cancel, you never come back, and the worst case you spent $100. People spend $100 on like a dinner, or fucking weed, some booze. Point system? What the fuck's a point system? Yeah, see what I mean? It's just like a mental state you enter. You just enter this hypnotic daze of fucking retardation. We all been there. I see. You just enter this hypnotic, and you don't realize until you lost a lot of money or you crash your account. Then you go, what the fuck was I doing? Everybody's been there. That's what we call the stupid state. It's when you're trading and you enter this mental state, this hypnotic state of where you're making pure emotional decisions and you don't stop. You keep entering trade after trade. A whole couple of hours, few hours can go by and you don't even know what's going on until you hit that breaking point of a certain amount of dollars lost or the whole account gone. And then you finally snap out of it and go, what the fuck was I doing? right? So we try our best in capital hungry to program ourselves against that, to avoid that stupid state as much as possible. Because it's something that can come and go. It's something that if you're not in the right emotional mindset, let's just say you're trading, everything's going great, and this has happened. This is a story from someone I knew. This guy's life was as great of a life as you could picture. Nice family. He traded. He left his full time job because his trading was really progressing. He was making like 10K, 15K, 20K a month, right? And it was very smart, like avoiding the stupid state, staying neutral as well. And then and then in his real life, he had a divorce. His wife left him. His wife just vanished. Did like left the kids, didn't fucking say shit, just vanished. You know what I mean? I don't know the true. I don't know the true. Like if she actually vanished, it's not like a murder mystery. But she dipped. This fucked this guy's head up. His whole life got flipped upside down, right? He ended up doing extremely stupid shit in his trading and entered the stupid state and ruined like 2 years of compounding progress in a matter of like a week. But it's not some crazy shit. People go through these things, and like you're gonna go through shit in life. You're gonna go through like people dying in your family. You're gonna go through things like that, trauma, issues, accidents. There's no way to avoid any negativity in your life. But I'm just saying trading's extremely sensitive in that sense. I know people who have like they didn't have anything negative happen to them. It was self-inflicted where they were really good traders. They started to make a lot of money, but because they were still younger, then they started partying too much. Started doing too many drugs, doing coke, doing Molly, partying, and they fucked up their and they pursed and that was just all self-inflicted, and that fucks up their mentality. You're literally messing up the chemical balance in your brain when you're doing like Molly, coke, and all these other chemicals, right? And especially when they get addicted to it, it fucks up your thinking. It fucks up logical thinking, and that person like fucked up their whole trading career. Now they're just back to their regular job doing drugs. And for everyone it's different. Like there's many, like it's hard to explain. What triggers people is different for everyone. Some people get triggered very easily. Some people have a very high patience. Some people it's certain specific things because of something they went through in their childhood, because of something they experienced in their life. It's very unique, right? So you have to be very self-aware. I'm not saying don't drink, don't do drugs. I can't tell you what to do with your life. I'm just giving you guys stories of people I've met in my life who were great traders, and then either something happened that brought trauma to their life, like a death or that divorce story, or they did something self-inflicting that 100%. I'm not saying drinking is bad, drugs are bad, but it 100% does impact your mental and physical health. It does impact your thinking, right? So that person, they went from having like a very strong mentality to just like destroying their own discipline and everything, and getting addicted to a drug. And now this person who was so disciplined, trading the market so well, is now dependent on this drug, addicted to this drug. That whole discipline is gone because of this drug. So trading is very sensitive in that perspective. Things could happen in your life that will impact your emotions, that'll impact your mentality. And if you trade when you're in a negative mind state, or in a mind state that you don't like feel confident or stable, it's going to impact your decision making in the financial markets, and that can potentially lead to losing money, which is just going to cause more stress, cause more pain, cause more anxiety. So sometimes the best position in trading to have is no position. Even if the market's trending great, if you're not feeling good, just leave it. Come back another day. Because the hardest part in trading that we all know is the psychology, and the most sensitive part is the psychology as well, right? Yeah, some people have way more addictive personalities than others. Mac was addicted to the hell, Mac. I said Punani. Have I ever traded under the influence? Yes. When I first started, I used to trade. Wait, I used to trade. I smoke weed in my free time on the weekends or after I'm done trading. But when I used to, and I was a big stoner as well. I was that guy who would never blame weed for anything. It would always be something else. You know what I mean? Even though when you actually pay attention, a lot of your laziness and all this shit, it probably is coming from weed if you're smoking weed every single day. Yeah, I know what Punani is. But anyways, so I used to fuck up where I would go on a good run. I was compounding an account, and then I would get reckless, get high as fuck, and start trading and lose money while I was high as fuck. But I wouldn't blame the weed. I wouldn't blame the loss of focus. I wouldn't blame the loss of focus. I wouldn't blame the distraction. I wouldn't blame the carelessness. I would just say, "Oh fuck, the market was bullshit." You know what I mean? So I don't recommend anybody trading on any type of drug. And if you need a drug to trade and make money, that's also not a good reflection of your own mental strength. Because at the end of the day, doing these things in your leisure time, by all means. But even me, I was heavily trying to stop like cut back the amount of weed I smoked and all that shit. Because whether you want to admit it or not, and I'm a guy who loves weed. I mean, smoking for years, but you can't deny that it does cause anxieties for you as you start to get responsibilities and grow up. It does slow you down a bit. Like, be honest. And I still love it. I still like to do it in my free time, relax once in a while. But you can't deny the impacts of it too. Like, you have to be open minded. You can't just support one side without at least looking at the other side and saying, you know what, maybe this is making me a little lazier. Maybe this did make me maybe I was eating great and then I smoked so much now I want to just eat like shit. Like maybe that was the reason. Maybe I am burning out hard and gonna slept like didn't feel like, you know what I mean? Can't deny it. Yeah. When is the next episode? I have to get a guest. Huncho, you can't join, bro. You're too retarded. Sorry, man. I was ignoring your comments. You can't join Capital Hungry, bro. Your IQ's not fucking there. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, leave it, bro. Just come to these free streams. Go to the Asian session stream, bro. Just trust me. Capital Hungry is not. It's gonna be too much. It's gonna give you a headache. I'm just trying to look out for you. If you can't figure out if you can't figure out the links and shit like that, if you can't figure out how to find this like basic information, just leave it alone. Just best for you not to get a headache. Just watch the free streams, watch the Asian streams like you like to do. Just stick to that. Exactly. If you can't find like a simple sign up link, you know what I mean? In our modern day and age where everyone's so tech savvy, everything's one click away, that's fucking way too retarded for you to join Capital Hungry. But the beautiful thing about the Forex trading community is there's tons of different services and groups you can join that will accept your retardation. I personally don't. Feel me? Oh, it's already 6 a.m. Man, I gotta go. All right. I was gonna do another stream tonight, but we didn't hit the like goal, so fuck y'all. And thank you guys for being here. GJ sells played out great. If you guys took the sell trades on GJ, we didn't execute on anything else. Gold was pretty messy overnight. GU sells. If you guys took the GU sells, that also played out well. Multiple retests here at the 1 minute lows, 27 pips. US30 played out for about 40 points. The sells are still active. It does look like it should continue down, but it's not looking so. It's just slow right now. We have US Thanksgiving, of course. Don't forget about your economic events. If you're trading New York session, it is a US Thanksgiving. And of course, we have the ECB monetary statement at 6:30 and 7:30 a.m. Eastern. Don't forget that it's coming towards the end of the month, right? The November candle closing. Markets are still higher time frame, still in the higher time frame, very optimistic around the vaccine talks. We're just starting to see some exhaustion coming towards the end of the week, coming towards the end of the month. Also, also with the U.S. holiday as well. Don't forget your stream reminders on the screen. Don't forget your mentor reminders as well. We didn't execute anything on Euro USD. We didn't. US30 was the initial sells, ran for 40 points and still active. GU is the sells that are still active. GJ is the sells that are still active, but watching reaction right at 0.200 now. Gold we stayed out of. There was no economic data reports that we monitored overnight because there's nothing going on. Of course, we just observed some real time headlines of UK's finance minister as well as Germany's Merkel talking about the negativity of COVID still and how cases are still too high. So we used this short term boost and negativity. Understood that equities were showing exhaustion when we looked at UK stock market, Dow Jones as well. Alongside that short term boost in the US dollar and Japanese yen to take advantage of those GJ and GU sells and shift our bias and adapt accordingly because of what we saw happening in the real time, the shift in price action and market structure. Obviously, our higher time frame bias on GJ, GU, US30 is still buys, but we are just playing the pullback phase in the shift in market structure and price action. Okay, we usually do the sessions every night in Capital Hungary. If I didn't have somebody like if I didn't have the personal family issues this week, I would have usually done 2 streams, Tuesdays and Thursdays. All right, but everybody, thank you for the support. Thanks for watching. See you guys later. It's been a long stream. Private chat. I will send the link to you guys. All the people here like the stream. No, we said if there was 500 likes, then I'll do a Friday stream to close the week off. But you guys didn't hit it, So life's tough. Take care, everybody. Take care, everybody. Have a good night. Have a good day.